game changers.
It's about competition,
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
it feels great. It would mean everything to me to win the biggest tournament of Tier 2 and play in Tier 1. That would mean the world to me. I mean, it's been a lot of fun, you know. I get to be with my teammates every day. I get to play the game. You know, I get to play on stage. You know, it's like not a lot of people have the chance to do that.
Vai ter que ser no clutch. Timotino! 7 de vida garantindo round para TSM.
I know that my team wants it really bad. Inspire, he's been here forever, trying to make it. No offense. And then Poppin and Eggster also have lots of passion. Poppin's almost at the practice room. Well, he is in the practice room every single day, but for like very long hours, VOD reviewing, making sure that we can have the highest percentage chance of winning.
Gasta as adagas em cima do Kagebushin logo na sequência. E aqui na adaga contra adaga é o Canizerra no 4K que fecha o mapa para Envy.
I mean, for sure, yeah. I mean, I'm an up-and-coming talent. I want to prove myself, you know, to the world, to everyone. So, like, it would mean the world to me to win this tournament and show that I'm one of the best.
I like to play BO5s because you can go for like really high kills. And I want to have a fun, long BO5 where I can try to go like over 100 kills, like maybe hit like 120 even. It's a very high goal, but I think it'll be very cool if I hit it in like the grand finals where like the pressure's on the most.
O Inspire vem garante o round. E o time da Envy faz o 2-1 na série. Está na grande final do VCT Ascension. E a TSM aplica um 3-0 em série. E a gente se despede da Team Solid.
A equipe que vai enfrentar a Envy amanhã mais uma vez ao longo desse ano.
We know how they play know how we play, and it's going to be like a battle of whoever like shoots the best, but also who brings the best game plan. My message would be prepared, because we will bring our A game.
A whole year of Valorant Challengers has built up to this moment. 3 stages, all the promotions, the relegations, and in the end, 1 champion to make their way to VCT Americas. Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of VCT Ascension Americas. It has been such a journey watching all of our teams, all of our players throughout the year, and now just 1 best of 5 remains. I absolutely cannot wait. I'm your host, Sierra Dawn. With me today, we have Roy and Dan. Roy, it's crazy to think that the year ends here. Everything we watch, everything the players have worked for, almost done.
It's actually insane. Like, we are here. We are at the grand finals, guys. We started with 8 teams from all over the Americas. Now we're just down to 2 North American teams here battling it out for that spot in VCT. First of all, we need to fire the guy that's in charge of the time machine. I swear time is moving way too fast, guys. We need to slow down. But, wow, we are here, guys. This is it. The golden game.
It is, yeah, whoever's in charge of time, I'm done with them. But in all serious, Dan, looking ahead at the bracket and the journey we've been on, there's been so many hopeful players, so many hopeful teams to try and make their way to this point. We have seen top-notch competition throughout, and there remain 2 teams that here in the North American broadcast have watched the entire year. It all comes down to Envy and TSM, one of these North American teams to make their way to T1.
It is incredible to think about the journey that both Envy and TSM had, not only in this little bracket that you see for the top 4, but even going into the Swiss stage that we saw early on, and even going into Challengers North America, where just, about a month ago, they were facing each other in that grand final for stage 3, and now they find themselves on this grand final once again, second time that they go into this best of 5, and one thing that we know for sure is that we will have one of these two North American teams in VCT Americas next year, but it's been so back and forth between the two throughout the year, and especially in the last few matches, that we really don't know who's going to win.
That back and forth has been incredible to watch. The rivalry that's been brewing between these two teams, had no idea when we saw them at the beginning of the year what was going to come at this point. Looking back at the last match as well, it feels like it was destined. It was fated that these two were going to find their way into the grand finals. And looking at their previous match, it was close even then. The fact that they've matched up quite a few times at this point, Roy, for it to then be a really important match to see who was going to secure the grand finals was incredible, because it kind of felt like it was always going to be a rematch. It was just who's going to have advantage going into it.
It really did feel like that, didn't it? Just the fact that these two teams are actually destined to battle it out. I mean, they have fought so many times throughout this year. It's been a nonstop battle between these two teams, the back and forth. The last time that we got to see these two teams play, it was Envy who did the absolute cleanest reverse sweep we've seen so far in this event. It's, you know, obviously that's Envy. That's kind of what we expect from them, but the back and forth, the TSM wins, the TSM looking dominant throughout this entire event, finally gets shaken up here in the upper bracket, gets sent down to lowers. And now we are here between Envy and TSM, the golden best of 5 in the upper bracket advantage in Envy's hands.
And looking back, I mean, Dan, it was such a close, like, back and forth. Even if it was like maybe a little dominance on one map, little dominance on the other. In all, we got to see a really competitive series, and one too that the more we see these teams match up, it's been just adding layers of complexity, because they've matched up like 6 times throughout this year.
Yeah, there's been so many times, 5 times this year that they've been able to face each other. This would be the 6th time that they have to go against, and it is obviously the 2nd time that they go into a best of 5. But it is always like this. It's always, you know, it's either going to be slaying the map peaks, changing that composition a little bit, or really, you know, being or trying to be one step ahead, which is what both the teams have tried to do. What you're seeing right now on your screen, it is the last time that they played each other in the upper bracket, trying to find out who was going to move through the upper bracket to the grand final, and it was Envy who was able to get that win. For this series, they surprised us a little bit with this map pick of Abyss as well. And right. I don't know what they're going to be having, you know, I don't know what they're cooking today, but I'm assuming it's going to be something a bit weird like that.
You never know what Envy's really going to be cooking at some point. And let's talk about Envy, because Envy first caught everyone's eyes as this group of ranked demons. But this year, Valorant, they've proved there's so much more, adding this system of structure, everything else behind them. But Roy, they have never changed their core identity, and now they just have one more match ahead to prove their talents aren't just for the leaderboards, but for that big stage as well.
Yeah, Frankenstein roster formed at the beginning of 2024, guys, with a mix of content creators, a former T1 pro, and 2 young talents. Now, today, they're considered a powerhouse. They're known for the insane micro, the agent mastery, the X factor, the never know what to expect from Envy factor. Now, this style might seem easy on paper, but it's given problems to some of the best teams this region has to offer. And here in Ascensions, this team, they've taken down Brazil's best, and recently NA's best as well. They've taken down juggernauts from every single region. Their growth throughout this year has been insane to witness. And today, we're gonna see them in the highest stake match of their careers so far.
And Envy, looking back at the year as well, when they started right coming off of that split 3 last year into this year, Dan, there was a lot of eyes on this team, and for good reason. And maybe this Ascension run has been a little tough from the get-go, getting used to this big stage, this crowd, everything else. But this last little stretch, everyone has truly warmed up, and this looks a lot more like the Envy that everyone has come to know and love, and the Envy that looked like that unstoppable force to begin with.
Absolutely. Just thinking about how they were playing last year as rankers, and thinking about that team that everybody was talking about, you know, these are content creators, these are really young players. What can they really do when they go into challengers? And they were not expecting them to be this insane, undefeated team multiple times. Now coming into the upper bracket with the van advantage, they look incredible. And like you guys are saying, the evolution has been so good, from getting a little bit more experience playing LAN events, third-party tournaments as well. The experience that they've got in challengers since that stage 1 when they were struggling a little bit, and also just growing a little bit more as a team. You can tell that they have a really strong bond, and just that drive to win no matter what, that might take them to the finish line today.
And a lot of this core identity, we've talked about the aggression, we've talked about the confidence, and a lot of that starts with Kane Zera. This young superstar on the team was the piece that everyone was talking about, and hitting the stage in Brazil was a smidge on the quieter side considering what we've really gotten to see, Dan. But that last match that we saw, that was more like the Kane Zera that we've come to really, really know. And if that's the Kane we see in the grand finals today, that is going to be a tough one for TSM to deal with.
We're talking about the growth that this team has had, and Kane Zera is the perfect example for it. Going from, this team that was always playing this double duel, this composition, and absolutely nothing else, to now him not only playing pretty much every single duelist that we have, except, of course, that Euro, because that belongs to Exeter, but
Really?
to also playing a little bit of the Clove, playing that Sage that we've seen as well in Ascension, just doing a little bit of everything, not only just understanding that he's not meant to be the one that is constantly fragging, but sometimes just supporting the team, just sometimes allowing Exeter to get that opening, and then him being able to follow up. It's a growth that he's had from the beginning that, he continues to be that insane mechanical player, but now you see more layers to it.
Yeah, I think that really the layers is really what is to be talked about Kane Zera, because he's been the most dominant player throughout the entire year, right? Like thinking back about, stage 1, stage 2, he was at the top. It was no questions. He was, in fact, by far ahead of the rest of the duelists in the league and ahead of the rest of the players in the league. It really wasn't the shakiness from Kane Zera that we saw until recently in this event, where, we were starting to question whether the Kane Zera that we've seen all year was going to show up in this event. And he reminded us in this last match versus TSM that he is never to be forgotten about, guys. He's back, he's here to play, and he's definitely a force in this server.
And again, not to say that he was playing bad at all. He was still doing a pretty good job in every single one of the matches before, but I really like that for this series against TSM, he activated. The team definitely knew how important it was to come from that upper bracket to this grand final. And I really like also what Kane Zera said during that interview, saying that when he was struggling a little bit and he was talking to the team, kind of looking at things that he could do, how he can improve and go back to that form of Kane Zera that is just a god and nobody can beat, that we know him for in challenges, and just the team advising him, hey, you are actually just better than everybody else, just swing and you're gonna get the kill. And having that mentality and him being like, actually, yes, I'm actually better than everybody.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's so cool.
And we got to see the little video top of day. I mean, you've talked about a Kane that's been able to play so well with the team, not always needing to get the kills, but then talking about a best of 5 and just how many kills are ahead of him. When you're talking about a Kane and you're just better, it definitely seems like he's feeling that mentality for today. But before we get too far into that, we of course had a couple of words from Kane himself about the previous matchup as well.
Definitely something that's going through my head is like my coach and like Poppin were right. Before the match, or like last night, they told me that like, because I asked him, I was like, why do I play so bad on these against like TSM? And they're like, it's because you're giving them like confidence that they shouldn't have, like too much respect. And then in my head, I was like, damn, maybe these guys are right, and I'm just better than these guys. So I went into today's match just not respecting any of them, thinking I'm better than everyone in the server, and it paid off. So I'm very happy about that.
I mean, Envy are known for their identity, their confidence, and hey, it has gotten them this far so well. So if it's just hey, we're better than TSM, let's just go prove it in the server. It worked last time, so theoretically, why shouldn't it work today? But on the opposing end of things, this is a different TSM that we've really gotten to see as of late. This is a TSM that's scaled so much throughout the year. And for TSM, this ain't their first rodeo at Ascension. It's their second chance after a run last year that just wasn't quite the time for the team. They have certainly faced their trials and tribulations this year too, but this time they're coming out the other side stronger, a favorite to ascend. They've got such a strong core, amazing pickups, and now they're looking to finally end this leg of their journey with just one more match standing in their way.
Throughout the whole year, Envy was that favorite team coming into Ascension until the grand final of Stage 3, where TSM, they took that win coming from the lower bracket, not having the advantage. And ever since, people started to realize that this TSM team might be even better than Envy. With the score of GMD and 7 that were playing in Mexico last year, playing in Ascension, and where that team that was a bit of a joke, people were not taking them seriously because they were not expecting it to make it that far. But this time around, not only with the core, but with their rookie players, they prove themselves, they grow, and they show that they are here and they deserve to be here, not only in Ascension, but in the grand finals and potentially in VCT Americas.
And that's the TSM magic, right? It's to be underestimated, to be underrated. And as soon as you feel like you're about to give up hope in this team, they make you remember who they are. GMD7, the core of TSM standing, bringing in Alvin Boy, bringing in Vora, bringing in Timotino. They find their form when it matters the most, guys. Their domination here in Sao Paulo cannot be scoffed. It cannot be flicked off the shirt. This is a real performance coming out from this team. They're one of the most dynamic teams we've ever seen in Ascension since the guard. And I feel like every single player on this roster has so much danger. It feels like you cannot sleep any single round or any single moment.
And maybe it was a TSM near the more beginning of the year that, yeah, the confidence from Envy could push them around a little bit. But this new form of TSM has just been top-notch, one that's just been confident throughout. They've been able to really just change this identity. This team just works so well together. And kind of going into this lower finals was kind of more a surprise than anything, considering they've had so far. But looking at this core, I mean, a couple people to talk about, but GMD had a great series last time around. And someone too, Dan, that when you're talking about the core, he is one of those key pieces. He has been here before and looking to finish the job this time.
Has been with TSM for such a long time, and he has been the IGL. He has dropped the IGL role, and he's gone back and forth with it. Right now, it feels like he finally found himself. He's not making those calls. That's Vora, but you can tell the impact that GMD has in some of the rounds where he's, you know, playing completely by himself or having to clutch rounds, having to be that difference maker. And yesterday was a perfect example for it when they were going against Team Solid. That map of Ascent, it seems like Team Solid was going to get away with it. This is a map where they were favored. It seems like it was going to be a 2-1 and it was really going to go the distance, but GMD multi-kills, going for some hero plays, and every single time just knowing what he had to do for the team to close it out. This can only be gained through the experience that he has, not only in the team, but also in the trust that he has in his teammates.
This trust that TSM has had, I mean, it's a TSM that before, when we saw them maybe stumble a little bit, it was a little difficult to find their footing, or we would get to see them start to go on a run, and as soon as belief is truly there, it was a TSM that would maybe fall a little flat. It was a TSM really trying to find themselves, but it's a TSM that hit this stride at the absolute perfect time, and cannot be understated just how much improvement we've seen it throughout the year. Maybe at the beginning of the year, I wouldn't have said I thought I would see TSM here, but this stage 3, this run they've had, they've deserved this every single bit of the way. Again, a little bit of a surprise to see in the lower finals, but a very strong victory, and we had some words from Timotino about that match.
Well, you came in the first 2 maps, I mean, with a really strong game plan. We knew how they were playing. We were confident also, coming from a loss from Envy. Like, we were really confident we were going to beat them. And first 2 maps, like, it was really full momentum. They caught us off guard on some rounds on Sunset when they kept taking market. They also, like, played really good, but I think our game plan was just much better. And first 2 maps, it was pretty easy. Then 3rd map, they came out swinging. It was really hard. Like, some of the rounds, especially when they were attacking, were really tough. They're a great team, and it was pretty complicated to like close it. Thank God we had like some pretty insane hero rounds, especially from GMD. Played really good, but yeah.
First off, Timothy is just so wholesome. Just listening to him talk about the match, just like, man, and he's so wholesome, but then a menace when you get him in the server.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, Roy, he has been one of the most terrifying players to watch, especially to one of the newer players on this TSM team. His ability to take over the server has been incredible, and really having to pull up this single duelist mantle for the team, whereas on the other end for Envy, they do have that double duelist. But wanted to talk about them in this head-to-head, talk about Timotino going up against Eggster in particular, because we get to see him flex on a variety of agents, but we know Eggster is always going to be on this Yoru, and 2 really, really big difference maker, momentum swingers for the team.
Yeah, and I think we highlighted Eggster being this sort of like supportive Yoru in the beginning of the year and kind of throughout most of 2025, to be honest. And it wasn't really until the last event and now here in Ascensions where we see Eggster really step into that high fragging duelist role. And now the evolutions in Eggster have also, you know, radically changed. He's opping a lot more. He's sort of become like that person that is, you know, trying to dismantle the rounds slowly. There's just so much impact and value that comes in from the Eggster side. And for the Timotino side, I mean, this person, don't be fooled. Like he might come off wholesome in these videos and in these interviews, but he is the killer. Like he is the #1 stat player in this event. I think at least till now. But it's insane just how much value this player finds mechanically when you're watching him. The eye test is just so on point for Timotino's mechanics. I feel like this head-to-head is going to matter a lot. Obviously, KaneZera's in this mix too, so not to forget about him as well. But I feel like for Timotino, he's most likely going to be battling a lot against Exter, not so much KaneZera. And I think this head-to-head is going to be vastly important here for either of these two teams.
You rarely see Timotino have a bad game. I mean, I feel like it's happened maybe one time, and even then it's just okay, maybe one map where he was not performing too well, or maybe a second half where he was struggling a little bit. But like you said, Roy, he continues to be the #1 rated player, and he has been throughout Ascension. We mention it every single time because, you know, it can go back and forth. It could have been the GC, it could have been Exter, it could have been KaneZera, but Timotino has managed to stay at the top with his performance. I know that last time that he was able to face Envy, he was a bit frustrated with his performance, but I feel like yesterday was a good reset for him when he was going against DGC and going against all of those experienced players that we had in Team Solid, and he was able to perform not only to the same level that he often does, but even, you know, better when he needed to, getting an A's, getting 3Ks, making sure that a second half that can be a bit close is not going to be, because he's able to secure a bonus run for the team. He's always doing little things like that, and it's incredible. He is so young, 18 years old, by the way, for Timotino. Whatever happens today, I just have to say, if Timotino wins, amazing. He's going to be in VCT Americas. But if he loses, it has to be a bottle to pick him up. I don't know who will in Americas, but somebody has to pick this guy up. He's insane.
Regardless, this is a star, and we're going to see him on a big stage this year. Like, there is absolutely no doubt, or else these teams are just sleeping out here. This is going to be a great head-to-head to watch. But there's another one on the day that I'm particularly intrigued about, because the Senties for both of these teams have been phenomenal throughout. Alvin Boy on the one end for TSM was one of those stand-ins. One was those pickups going into stage 3. Inspire on the opposing end has been somebody that has been so crucial for this team, Dan. Someone to really help build it up from the get-go. And one on paper, this is actually crazy numbers across the board. I think Dan died, Roy. I want to know your thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts actually on this matchup. I feel like the contrast between these two players is so interesting because the value that they bring seems very different from the eye test, from where we're sitting, Sierra. Feels like Inspire's value is so just nuts when it comes to the lurking, the mid-rounding, the defensive like stacks of gadgets on one side, and it feels like with the pressure that KaneZera brings, with the pressure that Exter brings, and so much of their success comes from, you know, just that forward, you know, to constant fighting. It pushes people into Inspire. Whereas Alvin Boy, it feels like a lot of his sort of value is, yes, he does have those setups, he does have that IQ as well, but it feels like Alvin Boy is that mechanical demon that you put on a part of the map by himself, and he's down to get you 2-3 kills. And I feel like just the mechanical prowess of Alvin Boy gets so like overshadowed by how well Seven's been playing, by how well Timotino and some of the other TSM players have been playing. But when it comes to just raw mechanics, Alvin Boy's up there with some of the best in the region.
When you think about those best players in specific roles for challengers or even at that top level, you know, sometimes just being part of the best team doesn't mean that you have the best player for that role. But I feel like for these two, even before we knew that Envy and TSM were the best teams, or were the teams that were going to move to the grand finals in Ascension, we knew that these two were the best Sentinels. They're incredible at finding timings, they're incredible at anchoring, they're incredible at shutting down some of those fast plays that Envy or TSM or Solid or whoever else was trying to bring to them to this Ascension. And I'm so excited to see that duel between these two Sentinels every single time. It's so interesting. They're really smart players.
They really are. And with being able to just change the tide of the match, just some of these lures, some of everything else, you really don't know how they're going to be able to shift the game. But what we've gotten to see just says that, yeah, great high impact players. I just cannot wait. We're going to have a great best of 5 finals ahead of us, and getting into our official predictions for the day.
Oh, I mean,
Roy's just like, oh my. I mean,
4-1?
4-1. That is crazy.
Okay, I mean, I can't speak for anyone else. I'm only going to speak for myself here, guys. 4-1, first of all, is crazy. I feel like the back and forth between these two teams, just how dominant Envy has looked in the last reverse sweep they had in the upper bracket finals, I feel like that should have swayed some more of us. But That being said, I will say, I do understand the TSM pick. At least for me, it feels like TSM, despite their last loss, the bounce back against Team Solid has put them right back on track to eye that Ascension spot in VCT. It feels like they're the most dynamic team when it comes to the team play, when it comes to just overall impact, on average impact per round. If that was a statistic, I would give that to TSM. For Envy's all X factor to me. It feels like it's kind of hard to quantify how they're going to be playing, what they're going to be doing. It's kind of hard and I feel like that for me is a big reason to why I've sort of underestimated this entire year. But that is the Envy magic. That is what makes Envy, and I'm not surprised to see you pick it. I'm just surprised not more people have picked up on the Envy magic yet, Sierra.
To me, it's obviously really hard to predict. Last time it was an Envy that got the win, but I'm focusing a little bit more on what happened that one best of 5 that we saw between them for stage 3 grand finals. That time it was the same case scenario where Envy was coming from the upper bracket. They had the win advantage, and still they're still the favorites, by the way. And yet TSM, I like we mentioned before, this is the time that they proved that they could be the better team in North America. They got the win 3-2-1, and I'm pretty confident that a little bit of that experience that they've had in Ascension already last year in Mexico for GMD and 7, plus the score that we've talked about with Team Latino being number 1 and everybody else can push them to a finish line. But what's for sure is that it's going to be really, really close between the two.
Yeah, I mean, if this was an Envy that came from a lower bracket and a map veto not going their way, then it might have been a clean sweep on the desk. But I think, too, if you're seeing an Envy that's kind of hitting that X factor more near the end of this tournament, you have a Kane who's talking about dropping 100, if not 120, and really more activated. I mean, it's an Envy that have just been, there's been a couple hurdles for them throughout this Ascension run so far. I do think it's going to be insanely close between these teams. And I think it's going to be a best of 5 finals that truly deserve. I think it's going to be heartbreaking for either of these teams to not make it. To be able to see this growth throughout the year from both has been incredible. And it's one where, yeah, it's just going to be the better team on the day. It's been a rivalry that's truly been brewing, this back and forth and evenness between the two teams, and heights reached like absolutely no other. This grand finals is going to be amazing. One of these North American teams is going to make their way into VCT Americas. And with that, it is time for our players to hit the stage.
E vamos receber a TSM com Timotino!
TSM up against Envy, the two North American teams hitting the stage. I mean, we got to see the shush emotes, we got to see the crowd, we got to see the one TSM guy making sure that Envy knew that they were not about to win this. Roy, we are in for a banger.
Yeah, we're absolutely in for a banger. I mean, I love the walkouts. I think that was so fun and so funny at the same time. We got to see a little bit of the personality that we sometimes kind of miss on the stage, right? Obviously, everybody here is looking to have fun. Everybody's, you know, it feels like the vibes are up. Feels like everyone's just, they're ready to play their game. I think that this level of, you know, fun, comfort, the fact that there's 5 maps potentially to play is allowing these teams to just relax, you know, not be so stressed out. And I think the level of Valorant that we're going to be seeing today, guys, is going to be absolutely bonkers.
Last time we had a full NA Grand Final was 2023 M80 versus the Guard, and that was a narrative that we talked about the entire year. We didn't know until the very end who was going to be laid that trophy, and ever since, the Guard, not only they ascended, but they maintained that spot under G2. For this time around, we don't know. It is the exact same scenario. Any of these teams can win. They have gone back and forth throughout the year. And today, it is a best of 5 to determine what that next year for these players is going to look like.
And heading into the best of 5, of course, Envy from this upper bracket, they get both the Vetos, and Corrode and Lotus are out. And they're going to take us first to Abyss. I mean, the turnaround they've had on this map dance since the last time they've played it. Last time was lights out, and looking to start this off with that momentum.
These two bans are always really, really important, and we're not really surprised about the first one, especially for Corrode. They have been banning 4 out of the 5 times that Envy has gotten the chance to play this. Lotus as well is a pretty familiar territory for Envy, so it makes sense these two bans that we see early on. But what I was really, really interested on is what was going to be our first map going into this series, and it's going to be same as we saw in the upper bracket final, going into Abyss as the map selection for Envy. And I don't know what they're going to be playing because they've played this map of Abyss 3 times in the tournament so far, and you know, they played against TSM 2 times, 1 time and against Stella, and they changed the composition every single time, Roy.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they get KaneZera off the jet, because I feel like he looked really good on it the last time they played against TSM. Obviously, it was one of the maps that, you know, kind of Envy started to get things rolling. We were all surprised to see them pick it. It feels like they finally stumbled on something that kind of makes everybody feel comfortable. I like their style on that map. I feel like they're going to try to replicate it here today. But obviously, TSM getting that attack side is going to, you know, kind of make a bit of a difference here on this first map, guys. Because last time we saw, we did see TSM struggle a little bit on their defensive sides. They're having a hard time holding down the A defenses, which allowed Envy to have so much control over the macro, deciding where they wanted to allocate their pressure on that attack side. I feel like for TSM, they don't want that again. They want to change things up this time around. It's going to be Timotino locking in the jet as always versus KaneZera. Extra's in the mix as well. My eyes, guys, for this specific matchup here on this first half is how TSM is going to be dealing with this Vice utility coming out here from from Inspire. Obviously, you're going to want to deal with the Exter and Kainzera aggression. You do not want to get dominated on the map control, so look for those mid-aggression here from Envy, because they're not going to be sitting still on sites.
That composition is the same as last time that they played each other with Kainzera, like you said, Rory, keeping this jet that worked out so well. But I'm really interested in how TSM is going to be playing this. They were struggling on the defense that they started on last time around, but this time around, they decide to go for that attack side first. There's some opportunities that they can take, as they were doing in that last years for those last few rounds, putting a little bit more of that A pressure, and then also playing these 4-1s where they're trying to get a lot more of that mid control early on. This is a team that likes to play slow on the attack side, so this is something that I'm curious to see if Envy is going to be ready for this time around.
Inspire back on this Cypher, Kane on the jet. This is a team of comfort. It's time to get started, though, with the grand finals of VCT Ascension Americas. It all starts on Abyss with your casters. It's Tenric and Van Silly.
It was just shy of 2 years ago, on this very stage, where VCT Americas held its first Ascension Grand Final. And now, in what is the last Ascension of its kind, this match feels all too reminiscent. Explosive North American confidence meeting the old guard of yesteryear. Vance, we have seen what teams who win here can do. History is calling.
And if you're Envy, it doesn't matter if TSM beat you in the BO5 in the regional finals. If you're TSM, it doesn't matter that Envy knocked you into the lower brackets of Ascension. What matters is this moment right now on Abyss. A clean slate, one last BO5 to Ascent the partnership, and TSM on the attack, trying to right their wrongs when Envy had the upper hand last time. Trying to challenge over here as Timotino is looking for that first pick.
You know, Envy's gonna wait for that open ground, having this as their first pick. They want to get warm and get there fast. Exter gonna take the brunt of that blow, but TSM has already been met so early on by these pistols, where they've notably struggled against solely TSM. They're 13 for 16 in this tournament against teams outside of TSM, 3 for 12 against TSM when it comes to pistols. This would be one of many rights to conquer on their way to making sure that that upper final win was not a fluke. Just creep up from GMD on that lower health pool and win the duel against Ion, and Alvin Boy will follow up quickly, make this into a 2v3 in an instant.
That was such a huge pick, especially when you're low HP. Extra's also only at 6, and the recon doesn't get too much value for the retake for Envy. So Alvin Boy and Vora do have an advantage now.
Oh, and Vora's found an outside angle before Poppin can start letting Util fly, and Alvin Boy's found the cutoff as well. Envy is the one forced to become impatient, and Exter, on that lowly 6 HP, has to find an impossible duel. Vora continues finding those angles from beyond the arc and gets another pistol on the board for TSM.
And a great start for the TSM squad when they're able to turn things around at a man disadvantage. Again, and one of those things when you change this comp for the side of Envy, where you brought out this jet for Kainzera, especially when they're playing the defense, this double push from the Yoru and the jet was so hard to deal with on that side of TSM. And it looked like it was going to be that same start again until you went for a stop and go. A lot of space was given away because Extra TP'd away at 6 HP. And then you could creep up. GMD is going to be the one getting the opener and allows for them to have a hot start in this pistol round. It's a knife also only spots Poppin in the very beginning, but they've also realized right now that potentially with the forward push that they have on that side, that TSM could start leaning towards B, where there's only Inspire switching out from this Vice over to the camera of the Cypher. So think about all these one-way cages and those dirty traps that Inspire could always put once they have the money going on their side.
Most would say it's more of a comfort pick for him coming into this, and that's long been what gets Envy by, just falling back into what makes you feel your best. Of course, with this anti-eco, not many opportunities available, especially if Inspire isn't able to get that early cut. And it's GMD that will take that wayward angle this time, find a quick 3-piece, try and make it 4. But Ion will get at least 1 on the way down.
Some good damage at least, and also the Bulldog will get salvaged no matter what. So Ion even backing away. I think at this point, Envy also realizing that even though they feel that they could be better than any team that they played against in this Ascension, and that they could dominate TSM in this BO5, there is still a game plan that you have to respect. You can't give the orbs up. Vora is already halfway to his Hunter's Fury. GMD was only 1 away after, or is only 1 away now after his death to Ion. And you can already see here that you are trying to still play a very clean Valorant and not as aggressive or quote-unquote puggy as we've seen in a style of Envy in the past. So you can definitely notice in the server that both of these teams are giving not only each other a lot of respect, but also knowing what's at stake and that you can't maximize the mistakes in this series.
Yeah, Envy's game has been one of confidence this entire tournament. Just being told, yes, you can, is been what's gotten these guys so far by. Yeah. But reasserting that pressure by not losing your members, but still trying to maintain that continuous presence like you saw from Extra in round 1, Inspire in round 2. That's the kind of confidence that still persists from the Rankers play style of the last split of last year.
Going to see at least a start now, a 1-3-1 at the beginning for TSM, where the spike is even moving up on middle solo at first, as they're finally grouping up using both initiators to try to engage Timotino into the split over on this B side. So they have to make this noise so that GMG can get behind enemy lines from the front of that B side.
Yeah, a squeeze that you have to give yourself away for, and Extra once again able to just flash off of himself and turn it into Envy's own squeeze. Inspire finds the timing and gets a double kill. Extra the double assist, and the decoy has to be shot by GMD. That's a part of Extra's kit that he hasn't really gotten to shine on until the latter matches of this tournament, and that's been, in my particular opinion, the best part of his kit is that decoy usage. But GMD has so much else to work against in that fight too. It'll be a very clean bonus taken by him.
And the walk contact looked like it was really good for TSM to start, but they started creeping up very slowly towards Ivy to try to get the backstab towards Inspired's position. That said, though, Extra found a perfect timing. He engages right now, forces the players to try to trade off against him, and look how instantly Inspire reacts to support for the backlines, not only for trades, but also at that point, saving his teammate Extra from getting ran down by the other two players of TSM. So a great gun round into what could have been a very good bonus round for TSM, because they actually didn't have to invest too much into their bonus, and that could have started steamrolling the economy. Now back to a stalemate where you're trying to pressure over onto this A side. Kane Zero is just playing a little bit of an off angle, but very tight to just watch and make sure that nobody's going to overextend behind this orb. And they're also trusting him to play this solo as a jet, not even with an op yet. Not even a proc in his dash, and there's no util to get him ready. So you're gonna have to count on Kane Zero's reaction time right now on this lurk up from TSM.
Yeah, it's purely gonna be if Kane is quick enough. Who has the hot foot? That's again been the driving factor in so many of these matchups. Who can get active first and have the win behind their sails? And Kane can get out as it's the drone that's committed. Now the decoy thrust out to just discombobulate a tad bit, but TSM can still infect the site, keep it contained. Envy, once again, play patient, play respectful, and Kane, as the smoke fades, will give himself away for the 1-for-1. Bora now down to quite the shred, so Envy try and find excuses to get active, but they're still able to poke at heaven so consistently with a lack of back hall presence that TSM can still play a decent chunk of keep away.
30 seconds left.
Bora and Timo both so low, and the spike's still not planted. Inspire able to get this lurk fully active now that he's checked damn near everywhere else on this map. But Vora looks like he's keen to it. Doesn't win the fight though. And that will likely settle this, as TSM have to kind of flip this on its head in order to gain any more headway in the fight. Timo keen to Inspire swing on that flank, so now you just have one angle to worry about. GMD finds the upstairs, but Extra is quicker to the blow and keeps one rifle stable for Envy tying things up.
A close matchup too. You saw that Envy were trying to delay as much as they could on Heaven so that Inspire could start activating on his lurk. Did get the backstab and it was able to take down Vora on low HP. But again, those two players remaining on the side of TSM, they've been hot so far since going into the playoffs. That's Timotino and even GMD himself, who's found his form from even back in like the Gen G days. If you're thinking how good he was as a controller for that team back in the super early days of Valorant. That said, though, you're going into this round with a plat, so there's still a good buy out for TSM. And the money is still pretty decent for the side of Envy as well. You're definitely seeing a lot of big moments right now and opportunities for both of these teams to try to get these rounds. Them, once again, trying to find some pressure on the A side. A little bit more quick this time around, though. Looks like they are trying to get Vora into the Hunter's Fury as soon as possible to try to layer a mid-round entry. Now, you could also see the camera being placed up by Alvin Boy. They are trying to find some active information while they are controlling space to see where the second layer is going to happen here for the side of TSM. But as it stays quiet right now, Tenrek, is just going to be a stop and go, waiting to see if they can hear potentially even a drone or a dart from Poppin on that side. And now, checkmate. They know that it's towards the A site. They could maybe find a timing right now to go for the full execution around this Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, you wonder what Poppin is going to decide to toss at you, which is why Poppin may have gone for this uncharacteristic operator. Tossing that recon may have dissuaded any of the flashing to just go for the flood, and he's right! He's found 7 on the entry. He swings out again and finds a second. He's going insane on this operator before the rest of Envy gets here. Unrecognizable.
You gotta probably save at this point unless you're able to do a hero play. But dude, Poppin with the operator, and it's just his position that is so good. They went for the drone instead for Vora, so they could try to go for attack at a Hunter's Fury within the site somewhere. So it just holds the angle where he's not really going to get discovered by the main site of the A site. You're creating false presence. He finds the timing as the knife gets thrown, peeks out, and look at all these peeks he's getting. They were still desperately trying to find and get that scan towards that back of the site. Util in hand for the side of TSM, and Poppin just has an easy 4K with the operator. And this shows dangerous territory because now you're seeing 3 players probably, or maybe even 4 around Inspire that can really op around this team that can make it even more difficult for Envy, or Envy's defense for TSM. Because remember, we talked about how aggression was so good for Envy in the past. Now they're playing a little bit more turtled up, a little bit more reactionary, and the ops are hitting.
And then you can condition that overusage of util to enter in because you don't know how empty the threat on the site itself is. And that's letting Envy just cradle these entrances even more. Poppin's not even the only one with a sniper anymore, but he'll still be the one to find the frag with it. Extra picking that rifle back up, and Envy cleaning house quickly on this A site. This is already a fantastic start to the defensive mental game for Envy. They've allowed for so many different stressors so early into regulation.
Yeah, and you're almost seeing this type of play style for Envy without the aggression of the double duelists. It's almost like the old style of rankers before they got picked up by Envy. What they like to do for these anchored plays is give you false presence to let you think they could enter into the site quickly with your execution. But what they do is that they start flooding with hero plays around the players that are just outside of the site. You see a lot of run-ins, and then you just try to take down as many as you can. And you know the skills that these guys have, that it doesn't matter if you're just going to go on a 2 versus 5. Because if you drop down but you get your 1 on a 3 versus 3, you're still potentially favoring Envy for the retake that they could have and the capabilities that they have as a team around the macro and their skill to win these rounds. So now TSM is going to have to dig a little bit deeper right now to understand how they could play these pulse plants, or even once they set foot into the site, to just be wary of these early pushes out from Envy instead of these split retakes.
Wow, Alvin Boy, after his barrel was caught, recommitted to the swing in the mid, and Painzera on his lurk ended up losing that fight. So while Envy have the read on the B, still a 5v4. Inspire with the early catch though, and that's a crucial bit of Envy's defense thus far, keeping it sequential. Inspire finding a second on top of his cage is so efficient with the usage of just like shrouding this entire space. Up to 3 now, just on the field. And Envy, they'll press the narrative a little bit, try and get Inspire in for number 4. Instead, Poppin is just gonna do some Poppin things. It's 5-2 now, holding on to this operator, holding on to all the space they need. The turtle is starting to come out of its shell a little bit, Vance.
And the crazy part is that Poppin is flanking with the operator when Asova is also very useful for reconning for the retake onto the sites. But it comes to show as well that the change of the Vice onto the Cypher. Look at that vertical trip that's placed by Inspire from the top of the railing above the site down to the ground. Just a pure counter to the positioning of a jet dash on that spot. When you think, for example, a double dive of Whaley and Yoru, Whaley could still pivot towards that side, but at least she could get away. That jet's just going to get slingshot in a spot, and that space that allows a team to really exec towards that B site around the jet, clout burst and dash in there is fully neutered now. So the next step for TSM is if they do want to try to pressure Inspire towards this B site, and they understand now that you are going back for these crazy trap plays and trap wires that are being set here by Inspire. Do you want to force your hand, and show the shark darts at the very beginning, or do you just want to try to scale a little bit better within the sites and avoid these verticality moments first, and then just play within like the back angles and the tight angles around the walls on the floor after these plants? Because right now for TSM, they haven't had too many chances here to really even get a spike plant down where they're moving into these into either A or B. This is some really good defense coming out from Envy so far.
Yeah, TSM have to amp up the tempo one way or the other. That much is clear. Like you said, it seems like either they give themselves away too early when it comes to the read because of their positioning, or they just have to util jump in order to safely clear a site. Either way, you're going to give yourself away. You just have to make the window a little smaller. Oh, already that Blade Storm getting called out, and TSM going to stare into the sun on this buy round, sans, obviously, Timo's knives. And there's the util to safely get their way on. Inspire does have company, but it's company that's been pinged out. Now flashed away. Timo extends, 7 conquers, and TSM is on that B site. Step 1 done.
Poppin's just going to have to wait. They do have a dimensional drift to retake with. Yeah, darkness is a bit. But here's the info being taken. Nice cancel within the null command at least to not allow more util to come through with it.
I mean, Poppin is just a walking operator at this point. One sight line is locked down. The rest Envy are just going to try and get their tendrils into. 7 on the null command is gone. Hunter's Fury on top of this spike, but they're starting to walk it down, and Bora doesn't have any more bodyguards left. Kainzera has thwarted all of them, and he's on the route to that. Sova 2, 3 for the Jet, and 7 cannot do a thing while crawling. It's down to Alvin Boy from the link, and Kainzera clears him too for sport. 4 for that Jet, and that comfort pick is looking more and more comforting.
Yeah, and Kainzera is happy now that he's able to find that action, because if he stays quiet and they keep avoiding him, he's not going to be able to drop that 120 kills in a series that he wants in this grand finals of Ascension.
He's
so
got
for
a quota.
him to push down, exactly, he's made up for it. But you can also see the counter that you have. The dimensional drift is not affected by the null command, so Extra still has full value, falling and throwing that flash, catching the KO off guard. 7 falls, and that just allows the rest of the team to steamroll into the site. But what a push coming out from Kainzera in a big 4K. 10 kills now already into a round. Now you're seeing TSM going back into the Trident Shoe. So Alvin Boy's finding information here towards middle. The difference is right now instead is you also have Voro moving towards his B site. He is going to try to drone first, maybe try to find the camera, break that up at the same time, and then you will start executing towards A. This is the same type of style that Envy did on the attack versus TSM the last time you played, that Envy was able to win 13-4. Is this going to work? Is Envy going to fall into the same trap? So far, we've made it into the site, and they're not really biting for Envy.
Oh, popping off the recon, still holding onto that one shot. And now a flash in just to try and get the reset. Envy just doesn't care. It's all coming up their way. Eggster's flash, once again, just nabbing him 2 A's before he can even blink. And Vora, I mean, 45 seconds on the clock. The round is said and done. The tempo was amped. TSM util dumped. They did everything, and they still got gutted.
And Poppin, did he get a kill through the smoke assisting Ion? That is just an insane shot that he had from heaven towards that back of the site. So right now there are multiple things that seems to be to put TSM running into a wall every time they're trying to go for these exits. Again, we talk about the chaos of these fights from Envy, not really giving a chance for TSM to set up to even get the spike plant down in these moments. That's layer number 1. The other one is just Poppin's unstoppable with this operator, and they're putting him so far Envy at the right places at the right time. And either he's opting backside, top heaven, or even B side, he is still getting so much value within the operator. Funny enough, right now though, is he switched out to a rifle, probably just trying to throw it away or something. Okay, no, he's having fun.
Yeah, he's just having a great time.
Yeah,
he's here for a good time.
I mean, during the walkouts, he was so zen walking through, just thinking that he's got this in the bag.
Well, at this rate, Envy does have that hot foot, and it seems like they're able to meet TSM at every checkpoint. Yeah, that first op off the ping, and then he steps out on the second. Yeah, I mean,
okay, he got the drone ping.
He had the drone to go for the second. It's kind of insane. Yeah, these past like 3 rounds, Poppin could have passed the op at any point. Again, you're still creating a target. Oh, I'm so sorry. Poppin had to buy the Outlaw this round. He had to downgrade.
Which is fine, because this is a low buy for TSM. He understands the economy of TSM right now, so instead of investing that 4750 into the op, you just take the Outlaw, because it's a 2-shot pop shot real quick. You could drop 2 right away.
He's so cerebral with it. Early meets Ion playing off of his own smoke, and he will get one outside of the swing. But so much presence has already been sold here with the decoy. Envy's being a little braggadocious about it, and yet they're not trying to keep anybody too static. So if TSM decide to leg it, they may win the foot race. No, we're chilling.
Yeah, and while we have a little bit of a garbage time, I just wanted to chuckle a little bit more about the Poppin jumping out of the map. He threw out his little cell phone, and it had discipline as a tagline under his name. And there he is jumping off the map with a 7-2 lead that they just got here against TSM, thinking like, okay, well, you think that TSM looks prepared and they know how to anti-NB because they've already played against each other the last time in the upper finals in the BO3 that resulted in this victory for Envy. The Poppin is just vibing, and he doesn't really care about what weapons he carries because, again, he can do no wrong with how he's shooting so far as the IGL for this team on defense.
That's how Envy carries themselves, and that's how Envy are able to carry things out. And this could be a short day.
Down B. 10 seconds left.
We got just a tad bit more garbage time for 7 to play around. On a mad dash. Hey! Free rifle.
Right. You got it.
Let's go.
I was like, why don't you jump out of the map? Why don't you grab an orb? Why don't you try to get something to move within the round? It looks like he just wanted to potentially just die so that he could still get the max bonus value. But thankfully, still gets a nice little shot against Inspire and even salvages and upgrades into a Vandal in the next round. So we're definitely going to take that. But you're definitely seeing here that there's a lot of struggle on the side of TSM to try to figure out how they could maximize their attack side. Because remember, once they take here the defensive side, there's been so many moments in the last time they played against each other that, you know, Poppin could just play that same type of fake that VALORANT did, but TSM bit into that because they weren't trying to fight for too much frontal space when these defaults are starting on the side of Envy. So once we switch sides here, I'm hoping to see a little bit more of aggression coming out of TSM in the same style that Envy has done in the past, and just try to fight toe-to-toe with these guys. I think they still need to have that same type of mentality that they are better than any team that they're facing off against, that they've already beaten Envy in the past. And in a BO5 at that too. Think about that regional finals that we were just mentioning before. A 3-1 that resulted in the favor of TSM to move in as his #1 seed here in Ascension, followed by Envy right after, who are never really flustered about the results. Or wherever they start in tournaments, no matter where they are, they're still going to make sure that they're going to win no matter what position they're facing up against. So it's quite nice to see this type of battle between these two teams in North American Grand Finals that has 10 players that has been looking very good throughout this whole tournament.
Maintaining that confidence is everything. It's the conversation that Envy had so many times that we're able to put them a leg above TSM in that winners finals. TSM need to have that mobilized, and there's not too many pockets on this map to do it. Eggster toying with this cyber cage as the mid-entry is really Kainzera. And that'll deal with Alvin Boy out the gate here. TSM again have to pump up the gas on the A entry, and Poppin is still hanging out here, able to skirt away too before Timo fully blusters through. But again, Envy are already here to meet it, already ready to fight. 7 turning to it, but sandwiched, and the spike is left on truly an island. Timo having to escape this slowly. Tough start. Inspire's able to snag it. And one more pocket gone here on Abyss for TSM to get themselves heated up.
Almost like the conversation for that second time out for MBS was to talk to the team and say, look, if we're going to try to get into these sites, maybe trying to continue the pressure to take control of security backside is not a good idea. Let's try to take heaven instead, which is where the pathing of Team Matino went, just to make sure they don't get flooded back from that heaven side where Poppin got so much value out of this Sova before. But on that 2 versus 3, it seems like 7 was trying to go for some sort of a hero play, jumped up on the top of the site, got 1 kill, but like you said, he's sandwiched on both sides. Well, we'll cut that noise, though. We'll cut the conversation because we do have, once again, some early aggression. A camera to look down towards the line. It sees nothing, though. So that is at least a little bit of breathing room for TSM to start to execute towards the A site. But finally, as the camera re-pops up, here comes the reaction from Envy. Rotating for a lot of mid control, but still trusting here that TSM are going for a fake pump from the B site to rotate over. So far, so good. And how they're currently reading this until the drone once again is the second thing that gives them false information. So camera 1, drone 2nd, and TSM has pivoted correctly towards the A site right after.
Yeah, this is a really solid juke considering how expansive Abyss is. And Envy has also negated their ability to have any mid extension, so they have to kind of slow clear that too if not all 5 members of TSM have been spotted. Exter hold up in heaven here. This is such a nasty spot, and he'll come away with one before getting felled. Poppin able to escape, as the Cypher ulti will confirm no flankers for Envy's side. But Poppin with that 100 Fury can get Kane Zera upstairs quickly, and Poppin's just gonna get 2 with his ulti anyway. He doesn't even need the help. Oh, but he's gonna get it. Kane Zera giving his body to the problem as Timotino has been cornered away and has to fight his way through the pack. It's a 10-2 from Envy, folks. They are up, they are awake, they are ready to win.
And you have players who don't care to get spotted here by the neural theft. Despite such a huge kill by Alvin Boy, they get the information that all 4 players are rotating back from top middle. Yet, while they're still trying to set up util, smoke out from GMD, look at this push up for Kane Zera. Instant kill. Poppin somehow gets 2. Make that some damage, so much damage with the Hunter's Fury to not give a chance for TSM to set up towards the end. This is a very tough look for TSM to start this grand finals, despite them winning that pistol round. So since we've had the gun round from Envy in that round number 3, it's been Envy's story all along.
They have been truly lit. And switching over the half where they can continue to dare TSM to match their aggression, to match where they can fully collect. It's, I mean, it was a tough spot for TSM to enter into. Envy getting that double map ban. This was definitely a good opening for Envy. They have been on a hot streak on this map in particular. We gotta figure out who we're voting for.
Guys, I told you which one it is. It's the RGX. Oh, nice little moment there. But yeah, no, I agree with you, Tedrick. It's been such a good game for the side of Envy so far. I mean, if you're looking at it, Kane Zera already 5 first bloods going into the defensive sides, 2 from Exter. Poppin, despite him having so many kills on the operator, and it looked like he was the first one in contact every time. Whoa. He's only at 1, but yeah, that's a nice little cosplay of Omen there. Yeah, that's sick. But yeah, it's definitely when you have Poppin and Kane Zera firing on all cylinders, where you don't really need nothing yet from Exter, Ion, or Inspire. This is looking like a dangerous team to face off against here for the grand finals.
You saw the differences between Envy, you know, in these opening 3-4 matches in these last 6-7 maps that they've played. It's been night and day, not just for Kane, but for Envy as a whole. Communication far more locked, reaction far more confident. Everyone understands just how capable they are on a whole nother level. Envy's hitting a new gear, and TSM have to throw a wrench in it.
It almost makes you wonder when it comes down to like Agent Select 2, and they're like, oh, well, maybe we had a plan for Vice already before, depending if we start off on attack or defense. But then once they start defensive side, Inspire's just like, well, I got something to do here with the Cypher on that B site. They've done such a good job having Inspire and Poppin just locking down these 2 areas at the very beginning. Now TSM will have to try to do similar things. Unfortunately, they have a little bit less of aggression in their utility because they are not playing the Yoru, but at least they have the KO for the same type of flashes, similar flashes that they want to fight up against. But you do see here at the start, we asked for aggression coming from the side of the TSM squad. They have done so already. Timotino pushing all the way forward and now cuts the line to get information. He's going to hear the footsteps. He's going to call a rotate across.
This will be early if nothing else. Poppin has been disciplined. Oh, you've been a bad boy, Poppin. Timotino gets away with 2. And Envy's got to fully commit to this B overload, but Kane Zera is perfectly content with that. High ground quickly, second kill quicker. Alvin Boy locks it down and leaves Ion with the world on his shoulders. It'll no doubt be another TSM pistol round. Perfect way to start up the half, you've got to say.
A great push-up by Timotino. Because again, when it comes down to those moments, Timotino says, okay, I hear a couple of footsteps moving forward here, but let's not overreact yet. And that's been the issue of TSM on their defensive side last time. They were so quick and keen to rotate when Poppin was throwing these owl drones at the beginning of the round. So you see it once again. Envy's trying to go for that same type of fake, despite this time being on the A side. Owl drone, pull out these rotates, go for a late hit towards B. But after Timotino gets those 2 kills and sees nothing left, I mean, everybody else is just ready for that B side push. So a very good pistol round. And for them to try to convert here the anti-eco should be easy. We only have classics and a Sheriff for King Zero solo. And then we'll have to think about the next round. And ND has been very good from rifles on out. Now maximizing over control. Poppin's going to pick that up. They have control of the B side as well. So you can definitely see here Envy, all of them rotating over on that side to give it to Poppins. So I wonder if we're going to jump off the map after. But in TSM's fashion, or sorry, Envy's fashion, I don't think they will.
Yeah, they live to give it a go.
Deploying drone.
No doubt they will here. No reason not to unload what little you have to just get onto the site. I mean, planting the spike is so much of what you're going for at this point. TSM, it doesn't look like they'll let go of too much to stop that specifically. Though their unload game is so momentous with that flash. 4 is eventually going to find that kill, but it does take the rest of his mag, so 7's got to clean the rest. And that does give Kane a couple seconds, and that means he's got 2 free kills. Now you've got to sequence him out, and already you've had to use 2 of your damage tools in order to even suss out one corner, and Kane's just going to take it right back. That's how he lives to fight. Despite that, though, TSM can still keep 3 guns stable, finish that round off, and these pistols and eco, so far, so good, fans.
It's dangerous, though, because Kane Zero had 2 beautiful shots off that Sheriff. And then when you see that he dodged both utils, trying to flush him out from that shock bolt to that fragment grenade on the side of the KO, I thought he was going to be able to headshot 2 other ones that were pretty much one-shottable off the dome. But thankfully, Timotino comes out, saves his teammates. And this is where it becomes important. We talked about it before. The same scenario as the first half. They still have a great buy going into their bonus, but they got flushed by Envy. Envy had probably, what, a flawless 4 players alive at the end of that round. Now they tried to go for a trap play with a TP with a pop flash, and Nexter was already ready for that, playing anti and getting that pick. And it seems like we have potentially the same story that's going to continue here in the second half.
Yeah, just trying to find a pressure point to interrupt, but instead, yeah, Envy's ahead of all of it. And who else but Kane to be the first man to speak after that spike goes down. That round's over in an instant, and Envy are continuing to just work with their strengths. These rifle rounds look so endlessly formidable, and they just will need 2 more to seal this first map.
I was going to say jump off the map, but now giving your life away. The headshot at least, but no kills. I was just about to mention just how aggressive Kane has been. Even getting those 2 kills, dashes forward to even cut the rotates and try to not give a chance for Alvin Boy to even save his weapon or be in a spot where he could find a timing, because he already pushed back towards that spawn, making a lot of noise. Alvin Boy feels like he has to make a play, so he goes for the rappel up to try to get that battle into the mid connector.
Yo,
but that gives an orb here to Exter. And they could have been in a scenario where they could still buy anyways into the next round, so I would have respected the jump off the map, but no G2 fashion for TSM either. You just need to warm up their aim as well going into these fights. Remember, this is still a BO5, where Envy definitely looks a little bit more woken up here to kick off this series.
And that's definitely gotten teams far here in Sao Paulo. The nerves continue to impact players, especially in the openings to these matches. You definitely see little bits of indecision. Obviously, still the most polished we've seen either of these teams yet. Envy, oh, this is the best ankle breaker we've seen so far this game, isn't it? Vora has to be the one to catch it, but Envy's already completely skirted this sideways. It could just be a free B site. Trapwire is going to be able to momentarily catch Eggster, but yeah, it's a drop in the bucket.
And that's the difficult part. As you over-rotate now for mid-control, you give up the site, all those trips are broken. It's hard for you to retake, especially now that you have a Hunter's Fury on the pulse pad outside the A ramp. That might be what helps them win the round, especially now that Poppin even identifies the alert from GMD.
Hunter's Fury once again out from Poppin on the execute, but TSM has already spread so wide on top of this. Feels like you might want to wait for the spike tap. Instead, TSM can take care of the site and then Poppin, make it nice and clean. Feels like a couple of members of Envy got a little antsy and didn't wait a little longer for the overload to come. Seven's flash drives got so much purchase off of that alone, and then Timo was able to extend a little more than he needed to because of that. It just collapsed pretty quickly.
Yeah, and again, I feel like with the aggression that you have to the control towards Ivy, that might be the reason why you're supposed to have Poppin in that angle so you could support with the Hunter's Fury once you get contact, so that players on site can really help you into just holding the flood coming out from TSM. But because Poppin was so focused on trying to take the flanker instead of giving that responsibility to whoever was in the window, I think that was Kane, then it makes it a lot more difficult for the players inside that B site to stay and hold their ground and not allow Poppin to even get a lineup to be comfortable in how he wants to play his Hunter's Fury. So that said, null command to try to counteract the push on this B site, even a knife to get a lot of information on top of that. I think it even hit 4 players at the entrance of that B site.
Yeah.
So this is going to reset everything at the mid round.
I cannot use
if
that.
TSM know that Envy's been clocked, then Envy are going to recognize that as a moment to just go for the full-blown fight because they know that their stack is better, but the null command is able to at least stall that. Now comes the unload from Envy. It'll be a full-blown scrap on the site, and Alvin Boy's found the pocket on his cyber cage to crack open a second. Now a third as he spins the books. Vora's got to take his place, and he will make it work against Ion to make it a 3v1 against Inspire that's been found out by this neural theft. So TSM can play this as slow or as quickly as they want with 50 seconds to go. The spike completely theirs. It's on Inspire with this camera to try and find a pocket of positioning. Recon Bolt already slowing him down the one time, but now he will try and find some semblance of understanding of how to swing into this triple stack. But swing he must.
It goes correctly, though.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
that was a great opening. Couldn't find a head. Attempt number 2, 25 seconds to go, and it's too wide at that point. TSM is able to boldly go a little forward and take it to 6-11. So gears are starting to turn the other way here for sure, Vans. It is definitely a lot of timing involved. TSM have to continue getting the read down, but if they can do that, they can meet the threat.
That's off this play right here from Alvin Boy. That cage set up inside the site gets a
Fantastic.
lot of audio cue of players are running inside. He gets the first 2 picks, the neural theft, and even the third to really help the team identify where Inspire is going to be. So when we talk about how Inspire is really good in these anchor plays as a Vice, as a Cypher, Alvin Boy is also another one of those key components as a Sentinel player for the side of TSM that was highlighted and underlined by the desk earlier on. This matchup that you have between these 2 Senti players are definitely one of the win cons of this roster. And then when you're looking at the tip of the spear on, unfortunately, every time TSM so far has to play against Envy, it's always Timotino having to play against 2 types of duelists, with being Exer on this permanent Yoru, and whatever King decides that he wants to play for whatever map. So it's definitely going to be a lot of responsibility and difficult fights that Timotino will have to try to take here if they want to stand a chance against Envy for TSM.
Yeah, the unfortunate part of being the first person to have to look into Envy is that you're the first person to take everything that Envy is launching at you. And Exter is no slouch when it comes to letting go of those flashes early. He is going to take position over long-term fighting any day of the week, and he'll use his flashes on top of himself to get there. And of course, yeah, Kainzera playing literally any duelist under the sun at this point to find that side swipe. And the kid's now up to 20 kills, 10 assists, 17 rounds deep. Yeah, whatever kind of meds they gave him to get unsick, it's worked for him again. Maybe he just needs to say he was sick, and then he just manifests that he becomes better.
Cooled down a bit, though, so far, but we're still early in the second half. He was 14 in the first and now at 21, so hasn't had the best successes going for entries here, especially for this one towards Ivy on this half buy for the side of the attack. At least to get the plant down, that's the main thing that you want. Timing looking to be found by Poppin, but this looks to be a pretty clean TSM round for the retake.
Yeah, I'm content with how Envy approached that, though I think Kainzera had a good attempt at chipping with that Bucky on the early approach to Ivy. That was really, like, quick and efficient. Got Envy really easily onto site, able to get that spike down without having to lob too much more. So they at least extend that for a couple more seconds, force TSM to stay a little bit sweaty, but about how you expect things like that to go. Envy just want to go for the fight that they can hold advantage in.
Yeah, and you see also the positioning of the trips being placed by Alvin Boy slightly different to Inspire. The advantage that you have right there with that vertical trip that you place a little bit deeper, you just saw it at the middle of that B box, is if the pathing of the Jet dashing up, she's going to think the coast is clear, and they usually, in the side of Envy, you continue to like to push, just like we saw Kainzera do. So if he actually gets hit by that trip on that top, He could get spammed through smoke from Heaven. He gets spammed through smoke from Ivy. And an Alvin Boy could just hold the grounds while his teammates are fighting from the top of the sites. So really nice little setup on the side of the defense. But how to react now on the dimensional drift?
That's unlike Envy to allow a window like that to an Opper. Timotino able to find Kane despite the dimensional drift creeping all the way up to that doorstep on Heaven. And Exter will cede that high ground, so TSM do have a couple more front doors to crack through. GMD, though, able to take care of Inspire very early into this post plant. And so Envy has to re-engage on that flank angle a second time to make sure that that smoker is dealt with. Extra meeting it early, and now Poppin feels a lot more comfortable back on this operator. Vora, Hunter's Fury, only one tick, but yeah, Envy's already crunched this too quickly. Vora's got to abandon ship and go for the long game in this 1v2, and Poppin with his backstop on the operator gets Envy to 12.
He Hunter's Fury from bottom pillar and then jumps back up into the site to get the second backstab from behind site. That is just insane movement coming out from the side of Envy, finding every single nook and cranny that they could timing through to get the kill there on their opponents. Despite GMD winning the late lurk from Inspire, who was trying to get that backstab right over at that replay you just saw, the rest of them were just very good to just play on that site. Look at that timing on Iron from the back. Even though he gets traded out, it gives so much timing for the rest of the team to move forward. Look how easy that op shot becomes in the end for Poppin.
TSM is still boasting a decent eco. Timo gonna launch those knives out just to meet any headlong threat, and it's once again barreling towards this B site. No dimensional drift in your way this time, and Timotino is allowed an elbow, but not enough time for Kainzera to act upon it, and the rest of TSM is here to police this B site. Ion can at least refrag Vora, who steps a little close to the sun. This mid swing back to the B site where Spike has been abandoned is everything. Inspire will not find the connection, and so TSM can hold on to that tempo. Control when they relent, and when they drop the hammer again in this 4v2. Ion daring to TP up, but Alvin Boy so prepared for it. Yeah, you're not going to make it all the way into that smoke this time, but instead it's just Kane using that as an opportunity to get himself just a little bit closer to this objective, to maybe another kill on the board, another slight at their economy. For that is all he can settle for this round.
A for effort for the TP, though. A for effort for the TP.
Yeah.
Just outside of the smoke, and it was just an easy kill by Alvin Boy towards the end. And you could see at least TSM, they had no worries. You already had that flank coming out from 7. You already had control of where that spike was. So every single player could just hold their ground. As soon as a contact comes across, because he's holding that angle aggressively, everybody could swing back out from Heaven in the front of the site. So nice little hold by TSM. There's that kill. You tried to muster up everything that you could to try to stay alive in this game, of course, because it's map point for the side of Envy. So to be able to salvage that round, to be able to build that economy up and an op back in the hands of Timotino while you're breaking the backs of Envy economically, gives you a chance.
Keep trying to thrust that chest across the finish line, and there's Kainzera, always the first to it, but TSM again can just drop the hammer. And it's 7 this time that sees the open channel. 1v3 for Inspire post Neural Theft. He'll have a free line to the B site, and he will beeline that free line.
And thankfully, there's still some stalls though from Malvaboy. Look at that, cutting that rotation from top middle, even towards Ivy. Probably going to try to stick into the camera, or they're just going to let Inspire plant, and he's going to leverage that camera on the pulse plant once they get closer to figure out if Inspire is going to play somewhere deep within that spot.
Yeah, bevy of spots you could tool yourself up here, even with just the one wire. Close enough proximity where if Inspire isn't actively peeking, then TSM can probably just thwart it early. It's moments like these that, yeah, you could feel inspired.
We are in with that smoke.
We have the smoke. GMD did not TP in. Inspire just pokes through on the wire. They didn't catch it. Alvin Boy's holding the spike though inside the smoke, and Inspire gets the body block on top of him so that Vora prevents Envy from getting it done here. TSM continue to make the climb.
I saw that coming from a mile away, that Inspire potentially going to clutch that 1 versus 3. Especially when that smoke comes down, he has 2 layers to defend that spike. So the first one crosses that trip. He gets the wall bang on the kill. The second layer was that camera. if that camera actually did get the ping to the diffuser, that's another wallbang kill. It will diminish the smoke, and then he'll play the 1v1 off time. Thankfully, though, what happens secondly is when he pops the camera, he can't see the diffuser. The smoke, probably not intentional, was still good enough to block the vision of the camera to allow here Inspire, or TSM rather, to get the round. Still map point for Envy. Still a not for Timotino, and is holding down that B line.
Missing inches to take Miles, and that is a huge miss for Timo. Game shifting.
Such a rare miss.
You can stick this for like 20 plus seconds now. Inspire can hang.
I mean, exactly. You have so much map control in your favor right now. You could go back into some sort of a fake pump if you wanted to, but it seems as though Envy, they just want to go all out here towards this A side. They have to hunt this Fury to try to open up. They still have the double duelist to entry for the team. So this camera is going to help at least for Alvin Boy to start getting set up. And he's good here with these cages that he places within sight, but just got spotted by the drone. This will make things even more difficult.
Has to play off of himself twice over. Hunter's Fury for Poppin to escort the entry. Alvin Boy finds one with that shorty on the proxy one-way. So it'll be a 4v3 as he's traded out. And that spike that still has to be contested. Drone out on Heaven is quite early, as is the null command on top of it. TSM want to fight proper here and now. 7 extension on the flash drive, instantly popped by Kane. They have so much presence though! And TSM ram it down from Heaven. GMT holding his own as he skirts the corner. And Inspire, another 1v3. No setup, no chances. TSM hit double digits.
And they weren't really together to try to cover up that spike because they always know that Inspire could be anywhere in these moments. He never showed his hand in the beginning, so now finally as they smoke up the spike, they force the run out, they hear the footsteps, they get the pick. But that retake was very quick by TSM in the end. Alvin Boy did his best. I mean, like I said, he got spotted by the drone in the very beginning, so the best that you can do if you really want to anchor that way is to just to get your one. And he gets it. Null command becomes a drone, it gets traded instantly, and look how good Vora comes through with GMD again. Whew, they're 2 rounds away of being able to tie this game, and Envy are also gonna pull their last time out. We thought at a 7-2 scoreline, it was already going to be, okay, let's focus on the next map here, 10 Reg. I think everybody had the same idea, seeing how dominant NB kind of looked on their first half. But now you could see that it is going to be a game that would potentially, or probably, will go the distance in the BO5.
Every player on that stage has their mind set on 1 round and 1 round only, the next one.
Yeah.
And with TSM inching ever closer on this attack half, they feel imbued. They feel able to match at every corner. Like you said, GMD and Vora on that last retake, so mobilized, so independent. And again, the confidence conversation, that was so much of these North American teams' journeys, from challengers to here. It has always been, you are better, you can be better, you can be the best. And you're so close to it now.
And in good old-fashioned for Envy, any type of timeout play is always a dangerous team to play up against. A stinger buy for a lot of the players, and also a Bucky for Kane Zera. Potentially a dash for a Heaven control, and thankfully we have some very early information from this knife. Bingo on all 5 players.
So consistent for 7, and TSM able to meet the threat quickly. This has always been a sign for Envy to just go in, balls to the wall anyway, see what they can come up with, and after that paranoia, 7 is still unchecked, and 7 is lit! 3 for the KO! Already halfway to his next null command, and Kane Zera has to turn tail and go just for the suicide, which he will just barely float away with, as TSM hover to 11 off of that eco round. I'll give the man a chance.
He's gonna try to knife him. Everybody's having fun in the server, and you know when Kane was walking out, yeah, I mean, he looked stoic, very calm, but as soon as he stepped on the stage, you saw that he was giggling just with his team in Ion, and they are here to have a blast. So he was trying to make sure here that nobody could get an orb, but even then, even if some damage was being taken while he's jumping down, you already had the ult available for Alvin Boy, so that's not too bad. Mission accomplished, at least for that side. But the thing is, a bigger mission accomplished for the side of TSM with some immense and tremendous shooting coming out from 7, holding up that front A site. Big round coming up. Dimensional Drift with the judge. They're trying to fake up the B site with it.
If not now, then when? Dimensional Drift. Popped.
Oh my.
Oh, Vora catches Ion with the Hunter's Fury, and TSM try to go for the scrap here. Exter with the pop out of the Dimensional Drift, catches the 2 early infringers with that judge. Vora, early cutoff, out of bullets though, and so it's a 3v2. Envy's way on the A site. TSM try to meet it early. Kainzera trying to find a head as he's on such low HP. The recon bolt catching out Kainzera's next kill. Temo with the 1v2, and Poppin's got his number. Almost the kill on his own, but down to 50 HP apiece. And Inspire still full, loaded, set up. Temo so much to breach, but he found Poppin. Inspire though.
The lurk.
What does he do? What does he do best?
Attack.
And he gets Envy over the line at the very last moment to take their first map pick of Abyss.
What a way to end the first map. To just seal it with chaos and what we expected as a fan of this grand finals between these two teams and how this BO5 is going to unravel. Such a nice try for TSM to come back, but unfortunately the fake comeback is the name of the game for TSM. But what you got to be happy up, at least here for the side of TSM, is that you were still trailing behind 10-2 with so much aggression and so much shooting coming out in favor of Envy in the first place. So for you to be able to stay calm and make sure that you're hopefully and almost made it into the overtime, it at least gives you a little bit of room to breathe moving into the second map.
Yeah, to almost manage to take back that 210, certainly a way to let you know that this match is not even close to done. What a fun way to farewell that Abyss as we know and love it. We'll head back to the desk after a short break, and then it's sunset on the table.
Seconds left.
Game changers.
It's about competition,
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into eye.
Heading into the very first map of the series, Abyss, of this best of 5 grand finals, it started to look like a one-sided affair for Envy, but both of these teams are the favorites for a reason. TSM, they make it close, they make it competitive, they get to 11, but Envy to close out the match in the end, 13-11 to be up 1 in the series. Dan, going back on that map, I mean, the resilience from TSM to bounce back, that first Envy runaway in the first place, like, we got everything here.
It is wild to think about the way that this map started and also how close it ended. It was a 10-2, by the way, going into that second half. And we did amazing on that defense. And then going on the defense for TSM, they started to come back for a few rounds. When TSM were not able to find an answer towards that first half, they were trying to go for a lot of these side hits, 5-man fight hits, or they were playing these 4-1s, where even if they got a lot of these openings, they were not able to actually execute into the side. And that rarely gave them a lot of issues, whether it was towards that B side that we saw a little bit more, or towards A. And then when we go into that second half, it's a little bit more controlled. They knew that Inspire was constantly going to be under alert. They're able to shut it down thanks to GMD in a few of those rounds, but no matter what, it is that last round at the very end. It's a 1v2. Timotina gets the first one, and of course Inspire, as we talked about, you know, always being one step ahead of what can he do, goes right behind him and takes him down to close out the map.
Yeah, and to kind of just circle back a little bit to the first half from the Envy side, I feel like the swap to Cypher actually caused so many problems for TSM, right? We saw so many of the rounds where Timotino is just getting shot down on the entry, dashing into the trap wires constantly. Yeah. The cages were a huge problem. I feel like that swap might have thrown TSM off for a loop, especially on their attack side, where they were hoping to get a lot more rounds, but a flawless 10 rounds in a row for Envy was nuts to witness. And then the fake comeback, I mean, that's just, it had to happen, guys. At some point or another, it had to happen. I think we're going to go through the Valorant bingo, if you will. We're starting off with fake comeback.
I mean, I'm glad it was competitive, because for TSM to come all this way and to see that 210 scoreline to begin with, I was a little bit worried. But to see a map that was as close as it was, that is more so what we wanted. And something that, too, even if they couldn't quite strike first in the series, it is the best of 5. This was Envy's map pick, Dan, and there's still a lot of Valorant to be played.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really showcases what TSM is, as we mentioned. If there's a team that you know that can come back at any point, it has to be TSM. Of course, they didn't really have enough rounds to work with on that defense, but it did look a lot better. I just think it was at the beginning, they just couldn't play the way that they wanted to on this attack side, and it is because of what Roy is saying. They couldn't really go into these sides. Timotino was getting either shut down, or he knew that he couldn't go in at all without giving a numbers disadvantage to his team. So it was a little bit tough with different ways that they tried to find answers, whether it was going in the lurk, but by the time, you know, the lurker was already inside, everybody was already taken down, and a few other things that no matter what, it showed us that TSM, even if they have a pretty rough first half, they can always bounce back. They can make it sure, like, you know, they can make the map close and go into their map pick next.
And I think that honestly speaks volumes on the fact that both of these teams are starting to adjust to each other's playstyles, right? And I think that's why we're kind of seeing the shutout defensive half, whereas before we kind of saw the attack sides dominating, and now it feels like both teams kind of are aware of what the win conditions are. And then on top of that, you have Kane Zera, you have Exter, who are popping off to the way that they are. I mean, Kane Zera went 23 and 19, 12 assists, almost 200 ADR. 194 damage per round is insane. 7 and 4 on the first skill, first death, highest in the server. I mean, when there's layers of mind games like this, and then you have these two players popping off, it just looks like that for Envy.
Sometimes it feels so simple, but it really is the confidence that these players are coming with. And you saw that confidence right off the bat for Envy, and specifically for Kane Zera on this jet. We were questioning if they were going to keep that composition that they played last time when they faced TSM on this map. And yeah, Kane Zera looked amazing on the jet. He was very proactive. Obviously, Exter too. And even, you know, popping in the first couple of rounds. So many things happen in this map that it's hard to break everything down, but towards the beginning, popping with the operator as well towards that A side, it was just really cool to see how they have a game plan for multiple different layers on the defense, but it was definitely enabled by what King Zera and Exer were able to do on the duel as well.
And something we've talked about a lot is Exter and the step up when Kane Zera was maybe having quieter games, but to see both of them hitting the strides here in the grand finals, the two duelists in tandem to really make sure Envy can get over that finish line in the end, put them up 1 in the series, which is just what you need looking ahead at the whole series that we have ahead of us. But again, that was Envy's map pick, and now we're going into TSM's map pick, looking at Sunset, something that Envy banned out the last time they played, because when they played them previously on this map, Roy, it was one that definitely TSM had their number.
Yeah, I mean, the Sunset looked so great, and it's looked great overall throughout this entire tournament for TSM. It feels like their composition makes a lot of sense, especially the way that they're playing it. And in kind of take into account the way Envy's approaching it as well, it feels like the pacing that Envy wants to go out is completely blocked by the composition with the Sage on the defensive side, with the Raze combinations, cutting down the A control, making it a little bit awkward to get any sort of control early on for Envy. I feel like on maps where Envy, can be explosive, they can kind of take map control, they can push and pull. That's when it feels like Envy's most successful. But it feels like the composition that TSM runs on that map is kind of like a rock, paper, scissors to the way that Envy's philosophy operates on that map. So I'm curious to see what adjustments Envy's going to make to kind of get around the Sage, kind of, minimize some of that early value that they're getting with that A control, because it's really going to come down to that.
It has to be said too, it's a little bit of a risky pick here for TSM, even though they've looked good and they beat TSM on this map in the past. This is a map that also Envy so far in the tournament has been picking 3 times, maybe not necessarily against TSM, but this is a map that they're still very comfortable with, because especially those 2 duelists that we've been talking about, Ginzera on this Neon, Exter on this Euro as well. They have a really good game plan around them, and TSM, even though they've been able to take some advantages here when we talk about Timotino, and even 7 and some of the walls that we get to see on the defense, it is still going to be tricky once again between these 2 on this map.
I mean, something that's been so strong for Envy up against TSM, it seemed a little bit more tough. No changes with the composition. Time to see what changes await in the server instead. Again, Envy up 1 in the series. Time to see now if TSM can try and tie this up on Sunset. Now, let's head into the map with your casters, Vansili and Tenrik.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, after coming so close in the previous map, it's clear both these teams continue to want this championship just as bad as one another. And Vance, that attitude has gotten these teams, North American Valorant as a whole, so far this year. You wonder, how do you balance that confidence with calculation? When is it too much fighting? When is it too much aggression? When are you too nervous?
Nervousness is probably out of the question so far for both of these teams, for sure. It looks like utter dominance for Envy in the first place on that first half, and you were mentioning that aggression was very good for Envy coming into those retake plays, those anchored plays. But you definitely saw that when the sides swapped, TSM started to look like the TSM that we know that could be the dark horse of this tournament here, coming in as this #1 seed for Ascension, although despite all that. So I think now it comes down to that confidence will continue to exude for both of these teams, and we'll continue to see and try to run through the chaos. So good luck, Tenrik, when it's going to have to come down to the play-by-play in these moments, because these teams are finally looking warmed up for the Sunset.
Thanks, bud. Yeah, this will be a playground for sure. Well, TSM is starting out on the attack side, as handed to them by Envy, who, as per their previous map, want to continue to just overblow in the finality of each round. Very quiet start from both ends, as TSM will just dry walk up the elbow, and there's no jump peek just yet by Kane. He's going to meet this first corner, though, and looks like we're going to be slow walking up to it. No, perfectly swung, and TSM has that first meet. Now it's the blowout from elbow, and Timotino is up and kicking. Exter able to get there early, and he's the only one available after Timotino continues to just blister through. But that Sage now coming into play. 7 able to placate with that slow orb single-handedly and get the spike down for free.
That's the bread and butter, of TSM on these XX. Having Timotino as the tip of the spear, and when you get into the sites, all that counter utility from the Sage, just not allowing you to flood back into the site. So TSM's in a great position in this post plant.
GMD just barely missed out on. Exter still escapes with his 3rd after finding 7, and now GMD doing his dance against 2. Inspire! Burning that down 2, and Envy tank up and carry out a massive retake to win one of the few pistols they have against TSM.
And a slight mistake coming out from GMD. He was trying to go for a drop smoke to maybe spot feet as soon as the smoke comes through towards that A choke. The thing is right now is you already started walking in for Envy. So he misses that timing. It kind of keeps 7 out on an island, having to face off against 1. He already gets picked off. And then you miss the timing to be able to trade out. You get the information on 2, but then everybody's just isolated on individual 1 versus 2 right there on the side of TSM. A small little blunder that might render costly for the side of TSM, but they did have a plant. They did have Timo with 3 kills, and Timo is going to invest into a Spectre with no armor to try to open up here on this B site to allow for them, or hopefully allow for them to get a second plant in this round.
How good of a chance does that snowball have of rolling in the heated up sunset? Extra with the first catch on the Outlaw. Rest of Envy tries to crunch on top of the smokes. Inspire actually giving himself away. Low key, 7 just gonna use that as an excuse to run it down. And congratulations, TSM, you've won some free guns. Envy now on the re-entry through the market. It's loud, but it's proud. And with GMD on a slightly lower health pool, Envy can still boast a little bit hardier. Drone in to guarantee no one's close on top of this smoke that GMD has set up for himself. Instead, they're just going to try and pincer as the site fades away. Do they know they're this close? Yeah, this is so smart from 7. Oh, and then GMD kind of ballroom dances around to meet him. Look how they're manipulating this crossfire as Envy rotate to it, but Ion has still found the backstab onto 7. GMD into 1v2, but he's found the paranoia outskirts, and he deals with Poppin as well. An anti-eco stolen away by TSM, and that is practically copyrighted by Envy at this point.
And what a clutch coming in by GMD as well. And you could see the chess match between these 2 teams that are 2 versus 2. The drone never saw 7, and 7 just repositioned himself into the default spot of that B site. But then it becomes a game of timing. They're able to spot their opponent. They take down 7. Paranoia from GMD lands onto 1. The second one misses, and GMD find like these little gaps. He always dances around like those big paranoia flashes. The Nightfalls, I remember vividly on this map of Sunset as well, to pick up multi-kills on this map. He's so good. And you mentioned that this map is a playground for both of these teams, and I'd like to see probably even more for GMD. He looks so comfortable being able to move around this map. And I love how they're able to cycle between that single Spectre to get, or should I say the Stinger, sorry, to get maximum value out of it. That's 2 entries that 7 was able to pick up after Timo, and allows TSM to break the econ of Envy, who are now stacking towards this A site. And the read is good, Tenric, because the camera was already aggressive towards B main, and it saw no pressure. So the big gap is middle, if it's going to be the pathing for TSM, but this is going to be a late round pivot towards the A site. They are walking into that trap.
And they have read this very well. And Inspire has not had to deal with any threat. First double smoke setup. Just to prevent full-blown swing. Ion's gonna be goaded out with the paint shell. Now a slow orb to try and fully trap him on his explosion. Instead, it's Kane'Zera that takes the brunt. But now you can trap yourself with the help of this paranoia, and Inspire is gonna fire into the fray. 4-7 to use that res. The rest of this blow through, though, is not kept back at all. And TSM will eventually sequence their way onto the site. Despite that, though, Poppin has not been dealt with yet, and he'll at least grab a freebie. Nice dinks before he falls.
And somehow, despite that dink, there's still so much HP left there for a 7 in the end. But it looked pretty good on how TSM reacted into that stack. The smoke was there and it was perfect. The slow orb, it looked like it was a little bit faulty for the side of TSM at first, but you didn't want to let any players flood through from the elbow side as you're trying to clear towards that right cubby. So a nice little read at the very beginning for TSM. And when you've already used your biggest flash to try to take control of the site, they use it for elbow instead, then you now have to use your bodies. So they jumped through, they made sure that they baited the res, that they could also cycle the ults, because after that res, Timo has this showstopper now. So they go for this mid control, potentially try to break this door and try to finish forward that type of mid control with the showstopper here. Oh, what a spam through the smoke.
That's such a great fish. Kane'Zera with the perfect punish onto Timo, who they know is antsy to let that showstopper fly. Yeah, why punish the pocket when you can just rip it away? So now Eggster, the only ultimate on the table this round. And it seems like TSM is going to negate the use for it by just walking up these steps. Perfect crunch that Ion gets all of the connection on. And now you have 2 ults on the table if you're Envy.
Just missing that full wide swing too, so it became an easy lineup for Ion, sorry, to pick up. So unfortunate. I think, again, the game plan is trying to go for that mid control to see what would the reaction be for Envy after you break that door. But just very clean shots coming through here from Kane at the top. Gets one through the smoke. Shindy has no choice now but to go for a 1 versus X on a team deathmatch when the spike is down all the way on top of middle. And that's a nice little answer back here for the side of Envy. Starting off with not necessarily a lucky kill. You're just trying to hear where the shots are coming from. And there is that kill that you're able to pick up.
No, that's sense that Kane has displayed time and again. All he needs is to see or hear one bullet, and he's got such a decent idea of where your hitbox is going to be. Great manipulation. And I have no doubt that the new spray he's going to get is going to play into that, for sure. But in the meantime, TSM, again, knocking on the door of A main. Envy can be a lot more ballsy this time with the better guns. In fact, they'll set up a one-way just to escort this double duelist up a little closer to get that orb presence and force TSM to play a little more static.
And even from Timotino's position here, he's trying to watch for a walk down on that A main when the smoke dissipates. But once it goes into that mid round, it's a simple drone. He's got verticality for more spacing on the satchels with the showstopper, potentially to try to get early control on one of these close extremities of that A site and scale up right after. He sees nothing. It allows TSM to scale up and to go for this fight.
Yep, there's the first kill. No immediate pressure applied, but the smoke gets tossed onto Link. We'll be trying to see if Kane decides to dive into it now that he's been ISO'd. But he'll just hang out on the box.
It's a good spot here to take for Ion. He's on the top of the boxes, could play these one ways. Now he could spot feet while Kane Zera will allow himself to get a little bit more reactive as soon as they try to come through. He still has the relay bolt to stun when they're going for the exec.
30 seconds left.
Right on top of the bolt and the showstopper, this time uninterrupted by Timotino. Does it get punished? Kane Zera. Oh, the foot's not spotted! The foot's not spotted, Timo! Kane Zera takes care of Bora, though, and it's Timo that dry fires the ultimate, but still finds the duelist for duelist ditto. Ultimately, Timotino does come out of the round with 2 kills and presence for TSM, so you can't complain too heavily, but Hoffman still with this ultimate, Inspire and Orb away from 1, and V can get a reset. They have plenty of time to do so.
But the slow orbs too is going to slow things down even more. Now you're forcing to make some noise. That's all going to be heard by TSM here.
Yeah, they'll be keen to both of these presences, and Inspire burning away that wall is instantly punished. Timo pops out to get the first angle. Poppin, though, only good for 1. And TSM can take back that lead. That was definitely a chaotic round. I am amazed that Timo did not spot Kane, and then I am subsequently amazed that Kane did not kill Timotino. Very strange interaction.
And that's the thing. As the showstopper is moving through and it doesn't spot anybody yet, you see how Vora's scaling behind it. So they're trying to get the extra space off the showstopper into the shop. So he's trying to play patient. He's hoping to pick up 3 kills through that and somehow misses the timing when Timotino makes his way inside the smoke before he spots Vora. So he has to go for a shot this time around, and then he gets punished off that. And just that alone allows Timotino to solo control shops. And you know, when it comes down to these hero plays, that Timotino could definitely step up to the plate and score these home runs. So very nice little entries, pathing, even getting a third on low HP when they're trying to scale back into the site. And that forces already an early timeout out from Stunner, because it just seems like maybe that type of solo play or the patience play from Kane Zera is a little bit too much to ask for him with the way that TSM's been scaling elbow very, very well on these execs.
Yeah, if the dust settles after all that frenetic activity that both of these teams go through and TSM is the one left standing, then TSM or then Envy, they have to kind of toss the playbook a little bit, because so much of their play style continues to thrive on the chaos that they can set the stage for. So if TSM are the ones that are able to kind of force those solo fights and be the ones that are daring Envy to walk into the things that they would normally love to, that's the exact kind of attitude they want to have walking into the remainder of this series.
An interesting responsibility given to Ion here, going for a buy with the Vando and small shields, and potentially won't have too much to buy into the next round. So they're trying to have him stall with the paranoia, try to get a 1 and 2 so that Extra could help out, pick up a rifle or right after, going into the dimensional drift and surprise some opponents. A nice little play drafted that, again, is just allowing Envy to get a lot of value off the chaos potentially that they can get on the A site. But TSM, you read otherwise. They hurt the flash, they're falling away from that, and they're splitting into the B site. So far, so good on a rotate.
And they've set up a couple clears to make mid a little spooky, so Kane has to take his sweet time in trying to go for that backstab. He's still gonna outrun them because he's on Neon. On that Bucky though, he doesn't get a clean first shot. Bora has to take 2 to go down, but Kane is still unloaded and unfettered. TSM have no proper response to this Neon as he blisters his way onto the site, and he might just be all Envy has and needs this round. GMD stands alone in the 1v2, 1v1, Kane saves it! The Bucky bookends the round for the star of Envy. A 4K for the Neon and a recovery round for Envy.
What a recovery round going into that. Again, the timeout that was being drafted up was not a round going into the next round. There was something being drafted up for them to try to get so much value around this Vandal and the ultimate of King Zero right over here. You funnel everybody back towards that A side as you made a lot of noise. And you see how TSM are pathing around these sites. They're leveraging a lot of these walls to section out an area. So you're basically also funneling yourself into one single entry. So when you're able to get a backstab like that from Kane Zero, you open things up that way. You're starting to create that chaos. And then Poppin throws the recon dart for Kane to get free kills off the overdrive. And to break that momentum that was starting to get built up here by TSM at the very beginning.
Continue snuffing out these flames that both teams are trying to get active here in map number 2. Everybody trying to find that moment where they can hit that second wind, get that fast break, and nail down a site proper, make it consistent, make the fights continuously intimidating for one particular side. But that individuality still ever pervasive in rounds like this, where teams just can't help themselves but let people take on responsibilities. The confidence that these players have not only in themselves but each other is what motivates a lot of the scrapping out that you end up seeing happening on sites. And of course, so far, I think Poppin's reads have been magnificent as well to just meet the threats head on for TSM, to turn this into the TDM adjacent fights that we see here. Flash into Kane's slide. That's such a good sequence.
Making sure you're training with your teammates. That's a great little start for TSM.
Envy try to re-up again on top of a paranoia thrown by Ion, but they just dip into the kitty harder. Timitino comes up with 2 now, and the sequencing has to remain as the health pool starts to wane for TSM on their entryways. Poppin doing a decent amount of spraying, now with the Hunter's Fury available on top of the Spike Plant, and the Neural Theft 2, TSM might be met early on, but Vora takes care of Poppin as he tries to circumvent. Inspire not letting that ult fly for himself in the 1v4. He knows his goose is cooked, and TSM will take back the lead, no doubt.
You already know when he threw the hat for the Neural Theft, where Inspire is going to be rotating from, just looking for exits. There's already a high, mid, low looking down that ramp to cover Inspire. There is no way he's going to be able to line all these guys up. But you can definitely see, you were just mentioning how the calls have been good for Poppin so far. I'd like to say very similarly to Vora, although you get into like these small timings that individually inside the server is being found by, individual decisions taken by the players. So you're calling out these timeouts. Both even coaches had to call out early timeouts for both Stunner and NBS for Envy and TSM to try to draft out these rounds. And so far, 100% conversion rate on these timeouts for both of these coaches. Look at how we stayed as a group around that, going to fight toe-to-toe, leveraging the Hunter's Fury around it as well. The wall bang from Vora, half the body of Poppin showing up. And it allows TSM to still have a pretty strong control of this game so far. The economy, once again, is still not the best for the side of Envy, but it's Exer with a Bucky that could make things very dangerous. Very similarly to what happened on that previous round, you have Ion moving forward here with Exer working in hand in hand so that he could control the A side at first. The rotate is the same now as well for Kane Zero, so they could try to go for the mid control and the backstab right after. TSM has to be ready for that once they're going to try to go into the mid-round control of middle.
Yeah, they can drive the needle at any moment despite the gun disadvantage. And Eggster is looking for a time to be able to get that free Bucky kill with the drift to just let Envy get into a space for free. Endless win cons plaguing this second bit of regulation. TSM, I do declare this is one of the farthest forays into B site we've seen TSM thus far.
They've been very slow. You see how the execution comes in. They were just waiting off the timer of the TP to diminish here on the side of the Yoru of Exter so that he could go for the pop. But instead now they force out the Hunter's Fury. They're going to backstab for a second time into the A site right where that Bucky is in the elbow. They are pinging for that to say, let's be careful for that because we've lost that position in the beginning. So it'll be a mid to B split to finish off for TSM.
And so it's Poppin that's going to try and eat instead. Just eats a showstopper, not to the face, maybe to the feet. No, the parry orb trying to let him a free channel, and it will get him there eventually. So it's Kane's Era that's got to act on the site. Slow orb is going to hold him back, but a quick...
Spike planted.
What?
Oh, no.
Oh, Timo. No way. How long does he... Come on now.
No.
No! Vora's on the other side of it! No matter how that went, it would have been silly. But a shame that Kane isn't able to come up with anything out of that. It's got to be Ion and Exter who circle the boat. The market presence has already been figured out. So is that backstab from the Boba. Vora's already been crunched. And this setup has to remain liable. So they'll end up wrapping that up. That could have been something beautiful, though, Vans.
Dude, again, you have to respect the trigger discipline of Kane Zero. That's the second time that he does that. He's expecting somebody to move up with Timotino because there's no way you're playing one deep angle by yourself until you set up a crossbar setup for the flood retake, prevent the flood retake of happening from your opponents. So he's like, okay, nobody's moving up towards the ramp, so there's got to be a time I could find in the front of the site. I'll get a second free kill onto Timotino right after, but he doesn't clear his left side, and Vura gets a free backstab in the end. That's just unfortunate. You're trying to make that play. Another Sheriff will.
Extras rings true.
You will not kill my
Envy could be very motivated to set up the trap. A lot of sprays to hold down the res, but Poppin will get his own Sheriff Dink to turn this right back to a 4v4. Kane does not have the Bucky. He does have the Sheriff, and he finds two! He finds the Colette! Onto the approach! Ion, the distraction dance is not enough to keep them from refragging onto Kane, but it's a 2v2 regardless. Now that Bucky goaded out by Alvin, do you dare approach this, or do you dare go into another place where you lack the intel? Still a minute to go. No doubt TSM turns tail here, but Inspire's already on the run back.
I thought they were just going to wait very patiently for TSM because now you're giving up a lot of weapons that you could cover already. That's going to be salvaged by Ion. Inspire. I mean, we've seen already the share shots that were thrown by Exter and Poppin. Inspire could do the very same as he's walking down and he has the timing.
One more Sheriff to ring true. Oof. Not this time. A crucial miss that lets TSM have another big chance at redeeming themselves this round.
Cage trigger.
And in fact, they'll play to the time. Alvin Boy can set up shop to a degree. Has one more cage to just play with the clock.
Trying to break the camera and they didn't.
Yeah, manual clearing necessary here. Yeah, effortless first kill. And Ion, tough reposition just to get rid of the dart, and he's still been sprayed down to 8 HP.
Cover going out.
Very well handled by TSM. As, yeah, I mean, they're going for the same plan at that point, man.
Yeah, very nice round salvage in the end by TSM because those shots started to look very dangerous. On that side, it was another one of those moments where you're leveraging the res of the Sage trying to bait out some more shots. It did bait out some players. They swung out. Look at these Colette. I mean, how does he get two there?
Unreal.
Just bad
Unreal.
spacing on TSM's side, but thankfully, you still have Alvin Boy and GMD. Overlooking with the util available from both the smoke and the camera. They got 100% value on that 2 versus 2. And allows TSM to continue the lead here in this series. Omen ult available for GMD. Doesn't really look like they want to position themselves to play anything aggressive yet and to put him inside that spawn or insert him inside that spawn.
Pretty similar posts to start this round as the past 4 or 5. Envy seem kind of comfortable in how they can manipulate the rotations to intercept. Hey, you already see Kane and Poppin switching up their lean a tad bit.
Going out. But technically, they're not really moving too much because you've already tapped orb and pull out the drone at the same time within a span of 5 seconds. So it's not really some sort of a hit. It's TSM just trying to find information first.
Oh, my cage trigger.
Nothing met yet. Now it'll be the dump onto Inspire. Front line is good. Alvin Boy gets the lurk on mid-top. Poppin still stuck in this corner. He's dealt with eventually, and same with Inspire, who pulled himself up as long as he could, but still not able to come up with anything, unfortunately. Retake on the drop smoke. Yeah, GMD just waiting to see if anybody pokes out a foot mistakenly here. Just begging for these little crucial mistakes. Keeping things surgical for TSM. Exter triple flashing in on top of this decoy. What a guessing game you have to play, and it gets Exter twice over in. But you still got so many players to burn through, and so TSM get another on the board.
So to utilize the ult to also look towards the back of that B site, GMD gets a big trade right after his teammate moved in to gain that space in the beginning. But those slow orbs continue to be very tough to deal with for the players rotating back inside that site. Look at Poppin. He's isolated pretty much at that point right after. He had to win that fight to give a chance here for Envy to come back. But I was going to mention that the patience coming out here from TSM, despite them getting map control in the first place or site control, they're not really going for the plant yet because Mark was still being smoked up. They don't know if the wall really broke, so they tried to make sure that it was still up and that somebody could cover 7 as he's going for a plant. So despite the chaos that Envy brings into the series and the chaos that they brought in the first map that was so good for their defensive run on Abyss, TSM are not really letting themselves getting flustered on the capabilities that Envy brings to the table here in this matchup. So 7-3 scoreline and potentially just a walk contact into this B site.
I'm caged, they found my wire. Inspire stands alone this time. TSM quite fearless. Ion 10 spot almost cracks Timo. But now TSM will resequence. Timo will unload the util bank just to get the rest of TSM a little farther forward on the steps. And again, we don't commit to the play because Extra's on the other side with his dimensional drift. You have too much presence that you're worried about in the meantime. Losing that presence now as Vora sticks the plant. Now the boy prepare for Extra's exit from the ultimate. TSM comes up full on this kill feed.
And you can see how good they look and how experienced they are to play against this Extra Yoru dimensional drift now. And Alvin Boy even separating the space and opened up the gap. Understanding that you're coming out of the ult, you're still far away from me, and I could just win that fight against you right after while still getting support for an instant trade right after. So very nicely done on that control. And on the execution where it almost seems on this B site that they are on the side of Envy giving a lot of space for TSM to take in the first place. So TSM understands they don't have to really try to use too much utility to find the information on that B site to really move forward. And when it comes to plow towards that A site, you can't really play the retake because TSM's been really good with the Sage Wall and the Slow Orbs to prevent Envy from getting the best of their flood retakes on that B site.
Yeah, so true. That passive slowdown forces Envy to make even more of a committed one-and-done decision. They're not able to kind of poke and prod with the solos that they have been able to get away with as often. It's pretty crucial. Kane's era comes up basically completely empty. I mean, not a shot landed onto Alvin Boy that time around. That is a really tough break. But again, Envy just amp up the gas. And with a Paranoia sent in to show for Extra down to the tiles, he will come away with 7 before getting out scot-free. But of course he doesn't actually get out. He's not sticking that TP. He's sticking around and comes up with 3 total. Now it's Inspire's turn to play close, and TSM is surely prepped. No! Envy meet the threat head on, head first, head early, and it's 4-8 on the half.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Exer doesn't care that he has a TP available. He's already gained all that spot. The ult getting a lot of information for the team to just allow for Exter to be propped up, prepped up with the angle, and to be able to get these beautiful kills. Same thing happens on the insert front Inspire. Finally, Envy turns up at the right time, and they're able to salvage the last round. But before we head on to the second half, let's head over to the stage where we have Milao with some fans.
Eu não te ouvi, mas eu acho que é comigo, né? Porque tá um barulhaço aqui no meio da torcida. Olha aqui nossa Paper Rex. Olha a nossa Paper Rex. E quem disse que não é T-Loud aqui? Faz o L. Como é que você chama, amigo?
Sou Leonardo.
Leonardo, quando você não é Loud, você é quem? Envy ou TSM?
Ah, hoje eu tô de TSM.
Que alguém tá de Envy aqui, mano?
Você tá de Envy? De Envy, por favor, os caras estão sozinhos aqui, amigo.
Não, tem bastante gente.
Tem?
Eu tô vendo o pessoal aqui.
Tá bom, porque o amigo lá, o chefe da torcida organizada, tá licendo todo mundo aqui. E é isso, tô no meio da bagunça. Kazuki, pode dar licença, por favor, amigo? O cara quer aparecer em tudo, que é o seguinte, semana que vem também teremos bagunça aqui no estúdio. Teremos o LCQ do Game Changers, o MBR tentando mais uma vaga pro Mundial. Alguém vai estar aqui? Alguém conseguiu ingresso? Não sei se alguém conseguiu ingresso. Alguém? Quem? Ninguém. Não sei. Mas semana que vem estaremos aqui fazendo bagunça XRM. Eu acho que é 5 mapa aqui. Eu achei que ia ser rápido, mas não vai ser não, amigo.
One hell of a crowd to welcome in the seat that will be filled by VCT team number 48 here at the Grand Finals. TSM on the verge of equalizing the series 1-1 after a strong but not dominant 8-4 half on Sunset. Vans, both these teams continue to fight with their all. Envy having the chance to gain that initiative back.
And piss around's the way to start it. I just want to take a moment as well to appreciate the fans going for TSM. Most of them, if not all, are cheering for TSM when Melau was asking who that fan was cheering for in the crowd. And you already heard it during the walkouts too. A lot of the fans are behind Timothino with whatever he brought to the table. He's been excellent this whole Ascension tournament so far, and he could be the playmaker to help out TSM in this pistol. A much needed one for Envy, as we just mentioned, where TSM seems to have some sort of a read, thinking that this is going to finish towards the B side. They set up a crossfire towards B, and as it stays quiet, now going for the tried and true, the triple flank from the players.
Great body block setup with the decoy by Exter to get some early damage, but TSM, they'll just take the better crowd fight for themselves and deal with Poppin. Envy have to low-key flip the map a little bit, and Vora is able to get out of there as well.
Even the shock dart did damage. That's Ion down at 33.
Inspire has been able to meet 7 here in T. Individual 1v1s here as Timo is going to be able to guard the spike against the 2-stack. Does meet 1. Alvin Boy wins his. GMD wins his as well. And Exter's barely able to TP away with this spike, but he's already met by Alvin Boy. A war on 4 fronts, Vans, but it ends with a pistol going TSM's way.
That was such a nice try, man. If he was able to escape with the TP and get that 1v1 against Alvin Boy, dude, he had all the map to take to his favor after the plant on that A site. It was a nice attempt, a nice try, but again, I love this triple push. We were looking at the past ways that TSM has been introducing their pistol rounds on Sunset. It was a lot of the triple flank, but on the A side, when they're trying to move in for the reflank towards B and to go for the backstab. A instead of go for the backstab on B. This time they do the opposite. They actually catch the spike off guard solo from Poppin into the spawn, and they're able to capitalize here on that pistol. TSM looking good and prepared in this second map and looking to close it right now in this anti-eco.
To do so would be so important for, for preventing Envy from being able to get on their feet on a map like this, giving Egster or Inspire the mobility to be able to go for that operator, or hell, Poppin at this point, because he felt so good on it last map. Shoot.
Yeah.
Letting Kanzera get those overdrives online that seem to just be round shattering. Envy can farm the win cons very quickly on a half like this. TSM need to try to curb stomp here and now. Get to map 3 before Envy can blink. TSM having to just cradle this B aggression, mild as it is.
Difficult to do. Kane's already down at 3 HP. Still able to find some space for the team. They flood towards that back at the side, but the shock dart is going to get even more value.
Spike planted.
There's so much already on the front seats here. And Envy, yeah, they just have to give a lot of themselves away. It's the principle of it for Envy. How many kills they can get away with on the way down. Bob is held up all right. Flank crunch with the paranoia. That's a great play with the cage by Inspire. That's almost plain stupid. And he's got a Spectre. Maybe we'll come away with one more. No. TSM will make it 10.
You know, damn right that after that play, even if TSM wins that round, there's probably going to be Inspire looking up over his mother straight at GMD. These two guys are just good friends playing a lot of ranked games together. The one on this stage, of course, being enemies. We can see how Inspire broke GMD's ankles on that 1v1 around his own cage. And that's going to be at least a little bit to be proud of, in the silver lining within this chaos that allows TSM to convert a very clean anti-eco and to put themselves here at double digits against Envy very early on Sunset.
Kia. Right position. How can TSM collapse off of it here onto the bonus? Envy, notoriously good on these rifles. Notoriously good at picking up streaks with them. Already this mid presence. As the door has not been closed, but Alvin Boy has not given himself away to it. Wants to wait for that proximity. Instead, it'll be top mid that's first met. Eggster once again letting the clone fly first and swinging purely off of that. I swear, he's so good at finding that cross-section of time and positioning where it's like, you know that it's time to fight, you know that it's a good time for the order to enter, but it's still that time for the clone. And then it simultaneously will still get that flash that is necessary. Just such good usage of what was, for such a long time, practically trivial utility.
And that's the study from Poppin. Kane was mentioned during the interview. During these moments, Poppin is always in a practice room, VOD reviewing, trying to figure out where he could find gaps and allow Envy to get some good value here in these rounds. The setup that you have from TSM, they set up the trip towards the quad so they could find passive information for a lot of these teams that would like to slam towards that back of the spawn. So as they walk up and they don't hear the trip, they would expect somebody playing on that right side of the staircase, and they do play that trip set up towards that left. So Eggster, as you just mentioned, the reason why he finds so much value off that clone is he hugs so tight into the wall so that as soon as the first step comes through, you think it's going to be a peek. So you shoot the clone and he swings right away from Eggster to be able to get that pick and that win on the top of the defense of that top right side. So that's a nice little gap that's been studied here, not probably only from Inspire, but all from Stunner, the coach. And allowed here Envy to have a very, very clean round on their gun round.
Yeah, good min-maxing on that bonus to get Envy all the tools they need to carry this half out on their terms. Already toying with top mid, already kind of begging for the door on market to be a little more punishable. Really asking TSM where they are going to end up trying to spread their util, where they're going to try and condition Envy to park themselves, because so far it feels like they've had too much control over things, too much leniency. There's got to be a checkpoint set up somewhere, and Envy want to sniff it out.
It's being fast. Already breaking the trip. This has to be a full exit. Paranoia is already being vested into it. Alvin Boy has to come up with at least one. Get zero.
Jump from Eggster. Envy's B-hopping their way through B site. And that Rabbit's Foot's going to keep him active and stable in the 5v3 despite the once again shoddy health pool. Kane Zera just giving his bones and muscles to every push. Swear he comes away like a tattered cloth every time it comes down to the post plant. And that'll reign true on the crunches in Boba and Market. Timo with the blast pack just to try to placate against this cage, but it's so hard to do when Envy has all of this space set up. Seven with the barrier gets him a quick visage to make it a 1v1, but Ion quickly nips that in the bud. And it's once again Envy's round.
That was still not bad from TSM. That was a 3 versus 5 on their retake, and they made it a 1 versus 1 in the end. If anything, it's just the power of numbers that allowed Envy to salvage that round towards the end, because that self boost, even though 7 gets value against Inspire towards that front sight, there's immediately somebody towards that back of the site to go for the backstab. So again, it's looking like very similar setups in a sense that Envy and TSM are leaving some early gaps here towards that B site, so that a lot of the walk up allows more utility to be expensed on the execution on B. So you're hoping your anchors to come up strong, and they are.
What? Inspire! He's allowed everything now! That's a bit of a crucial whiff from 7, can't lie. Good collapse on top of the neural theft. Bad shots to try to revenge kill after Timotino falls. And the cage placement by Inspire. A microcosm given to Kane and Eggster to light the rest of the playing field up. Say goodbye to your last rifle round in a row, TSM. Envy have the playing field.
And that's Inspire too, not only finding timing, but a confidence as well for the team. Now he feels that he has a good control here of the attack side. Instantly, you just saw from the player cams that that Poppin is being very vocal. I think he's adding into the look. We're working these rounds very quickly. It's working out in our favor. We are finding every single timing and every single gap. Because remember, a walk up on mid and that pick that they had on the right side 2 rounds ago, then a full B pop within 20 seconds of the round. This time a swing on the A side. It's been very quick for the last 3. So you're forcing TSM's hand to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more stacky on sites right now, which gives a gap on middle for them to retake and to open up now.
Just not allowing a moment to breathe, and that suffocation will continue as Envy try to completely drown out this B site once more. Alvin Boy set up historically close to this on top of the camera, still sticking on the steps, and Envy read it so easily. Kane, as always, that frontliner trying to just do as much damage in the pre-plan as possible, but TSM slightly mobilized with the Sheriffs before all is said and done, and that round is once again wrapped up lickety-split. They want as few questions asked as possible until they tie things up here, Vans.
Agreed. At least some good shots coming out here from Vora, but looks like Envy slowed things down a bit on that previous round, just seeing where TSM will be at. Would they try to go for something aggressive off their eco round to try to really set some sort of a trap play against their opponents? Remember, maybe you don't have like that breached neon meta, but you still have slow orbs and paint shells that could allow for you to crunch into these towel plays into the front A site as well. So Envy was getting prepped up for that, realized that nothing was happening. They get full mid control, and then once again pulled up sites for the side of TSM, smothered by Envy. Now you see the second timeout out for TSM.
Yeah. You simply must. With the raw speed that Envy just kind of tore that entire scaffolding economically down, you do have to find some moment to get into the think tank and find the right moments, the right places to apply the pressure again. Feels like you've got the right ideas. Feels like Timo is applying, like, at the right moments, those angles, like meeting in the early pushes. I think his timing is good. Finding the side stabs from like the market door or even Boba when he's reapproaching on the double stack. His timing's fantastic. His shots just have not been as quick as Envy's. Tough to do that if you're any player in North America, nay, the globe. Reflexes are so good for this attacking squad that are now stacked on the A side. TSM rounded out with another rifle. It's unloading ults time. Hunter's Fury into the dimensional drift, but no combo necessary. Just attack both prongs simultaneously and get your chip damage in before the real fight starts, but it ain't on A main.
So one for a bit on the side of TSM. That was 2 big ults being used and nobody used on the side of TSM. Well, you get the heal up back on Timotino. You're playing soft side on B. You have some stalls with the trip, but you have your own big ults to retake that site. I was just about to mention this is going to be a big ult round and potentially even a swing round that could close the map for TSM or tie the game for Envy.
Bora with that Hunter's Fury from a distance, and all the meanwhile, Inspire ready. The double swing still catches one on the way down, but 7 is prepped and has the res. So the stack will come from the courtyard. Meanwhile, though, Eggster quick to run to this. He's going to give away the steps and almost wins the fight against Timo. Oh, lock the hell in, buddy. You better for the rest of TSM's sake. Popping the wall bang onto Timo as the neural theft procs. And TSM have to just blunderbuss their way through this site. Poppin runs out of bullets for the final kill. And Ion in the 1v3 post-TP already been found out and gets shredded. TSM stop the bleeding after their last time out of the game and make it 11-8.
What a good round everywhere from both of these teams. So despite the cancel on that A site, they still have map control and site control over on B. They get the perfect kill onto Timotino, but the res allows Timotino to get the showstopper. He's definitely booking it to try to get the showstopper into the site after the neural theft, and Poppin even gets the wall bang on him to cancel that out. So just so many good individual plays from all 10 players in the server, but it still ended up being TSM at the top with the buddy system that they had on the flood back of these sites. Still keeping 3 players alive in the round, still keeping a showstopper in round number 11, and still looking for a fight on A main.
Everything used by Envy that round. TSM still having the showstopper and from the shadows on the table. That was the round to set TSM's foundation back up here on Sunset, here on their first pick. Does the structure maintain? It's a clash on top mid. Everybody's hungry for it. First fast lane we've seen to enter in a while, and Alvin Boy polices. Now the cross-section set up by TSM on the cage, and the double swing trades through. 2 left for Envy, now 1, as it's just Ion again in the 1v3. the fake TP to try and get the first freebie, but TSM have the stack and 4 rounds of game point.
What a big round by Alvin Boy too. The amount of times that were mentioned that he's playing on site, anchoring up, and he's not be able to hold that side. I think after these timeouts, they are making sure for NBS that TSM are sticking into that buddy system that they want to fight face to face against their opponents. Even if their drone and paranoia got huge value, I think onto Bora, who's falling back towards that spawn. You see the swing out coming out from the back of the Boba site from Alvin Boy, unaffected by the util. Free kills from players TP across as well, and he gets 3 big kills in the round, forcing the last time out for NV, and also putting TSM at map point after these kills for Alvin Boy.
Backs once again up against the wall. Several win cons in the bag for TSM, several rounds to get over the line with it. But we've seen this story before, haven't we? We got to 13-11 off the backs of it on Abyss. Envy lives to be in positions like this, lives to play from the brink, and has enough tools, has enough resources, has enough raw gumption to be willing to claw their way into these sites again and again and again. Where do you unload that first trigger finger? It seems like the initial threats, those first frag attempts that TSM goes for, Envy seem more a tad bit more prepared for those fights. If they're able to punish a potential trap setup on the beginnings of A main, the doldrums of mid, the steps of top, these crunches that we consistently see them go for, they can get ISO just once. That's all the Fulcrum Envy needs to carry their half.
And remember, the showstopper carries on again. Not having to use it, not able to use it 2 rounds ago, and not need it last round. This could be the backbreaker that allows TSM to close out that map. And once again, all 3 working towards middle. We're adding a little bit of aggression towards middle, but this could also be a fake. Kane Zero is now moving up there alone. He might fast lane, find a timing. He gets it potentially out to 7, but now he has to retreat. That pulls the players, the defensive back towards the spawn, though, and allows Envy to move forward against Thinking Mustache. Or Thinking something, Sideshow Man, something like that. What is it, chat in Sideshow's watch party?
Well, we've got at least one more round, as Envy has been able to, pull this site like saltwater taffy. Instantly able to just negotiate that lean after the early mid presence. I mean, Kane making such a bloody amount of noise that TSM is already so like bottlenosed onto those mid stairs. The rotation of B is going to be clunky no matter what, and they assess that it's better to go for the spray through the hallway first rather than try to meet them on the back site and split the diff on the retake. And Envy, I mean, that's a fight. That's getting started. They'll gladly take that.
This is a good call, though, but that was a trump card off the timeouts by Stunner. Now, potentially, TSM might not react the same way if Envy is going to show the same hand. But again, I'm going to have to talk about that showstopper, and this time they're actually putting just Timotino alone with the op and showstopper if they are trying to just have Kane Zero walk up. Training that out against Kane is going to be a huge start for them, but the bigger start is GMD winning that 1v1 against Inspire, nullifying even a neural theft into the round.
You respect the lurk play from Inspire, daring to walk down that slow orb and go for such an early poke, but that just means the bear is all the more pissed on the other side. TSM have the stack and the op into free zones. Eggster gives himself away. 3v5 for Envy's margin. Poppin blows through. Kainzera exit from the smoke. It's a complete bluster on Boba. Kainzera comes up with it all. And Envy flipped around on its head in an instant. GMD, so much to course back through, and Kane has the operator now.
Kane with the slider, man. Kane with the slider into the spawn, slides into the home plate, and drops even the showstopper prepped up by Timotino. They were never ready for that. As all of these rounds have been the chaos of Envy into these sites, into these post plants. Rare that we see Envy play to that style to disrespect the spawn. Spiro plays on the spawn and running through that smoke, that flick on Timotino. TSM's now on an eco with no showstopper anymore, and the ults are cycled back on the side of Envy.
Gotta get to 120 kills somehow. Let's just keep this party going. As Kane, yet again, first to act, first to activate. Back on this rifle. and is hungry. TSM fully playing for 12-11 by the looks of it. Gonna try and get away with some easy stuff, but Kane laughing in their face. You dare come at me with something like this? Thinking you can hold a candle. Envy will go to 24 as TSM did in the previous round, no doubt. The Sheriffs continuing to do some decent damage, but it's already too far gone. Envy is set up for the 12-12.
No timeouts remaining here for TSM. It almost feels like now that the timeout being called by Stunner a couple of rounds back was not only on the call, but just to remind Kane Zero that he's better than everybody else. And he just showed that in the last 2 rounds. From a beautiful triple kill to just space making on individual plays, sacrificing his life for map control and also giving time for his teammates to set up has been the name of the game for Kane Zero since this timeout. Overdrive now available. Sage Res at least available for TSM to stay within the fight. If Kane Zero is able to get up that early spot and get a trade-off, they could still play at a man advantage. But it all boils down to this single round. Ults aplenty on the side of Envy to work with over on this A-side pop.
So much to dig the elbow into.
Gotta go. Nowhere to run.
That passage in itself is opened up. Popping with the early Hunter's Fury just to clear the board and gets a double tap onto the Link with it. But Seven understanding that that could be the go button, goes for the spray down, gets that early pick onto Exter. Envy, seeing that as the moment they have to make their way into sight, and Kane Zero begging to snake up to Link, begging to get that extra space, but the recon dart is going to guarantee that position. Begs forward the overdrive, and Kane Zero only good for one that time. The crowd meets him, and Seven's res available to make this a 5v3. Do they have enough? That shock dart done so much damage, and Ion and Poppin spray into the fray. Alvin Boy, back from the back hole, could be the linchpin to restabilize for TSM. Vora finds the bullet, tracing on Ion, spray through the smoke, and it's a 2v1 that Inspire has to save post-ultimate, but he finds Vora dancing through the smoke. Alvin Boy's held the spike to half. The ulti on top, Inspire met by Alvin Boy, and it's 13-11 the other way on TSM's own pick. We're tied up at 1.
What a series that we have in front of our eyes so far. Dominating half from Envy on the first map. Dominating halves from TSM on that second map. And you had a comeback coming through for every second half of that map, finishing 13-11. But another one of those chaotic rounds. That last round was perfect from TSM to avoid that flood ultimates that was being displayed by Envy into the sights, but Inspire almost had it to bring us into overtime. Man, what a series that we have so far.
The reflexes are key. The players are locked, and this match is not even close to over. We'll be back with map 3 Bind after this short break.
Game changers.
It's about competition,
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Trust into Ion.
Going for the evening.
Another close game in the series, the grand final series between Envy and TSM. It gets close. It's so competitive. 13-11 yet again, but this time now for TSM as they'll claim one in the series and tie it up. Going back into this, Dan, I mean, last time these two faced on Sunset, it was all TSM all the way. Envy made it close, but not enough to close it out.
It was very close, and another fake comeback in 2 maps, and it's also another 13-11 that we get right now. But TSM this time around is the squad that gets to close it out. There were a lot of really cool things that they were doing on that first attack side, and that was kind of the question that I had, because yeah, they look great not only in the last couple matches, but even just looking at yesterday on that defensive side here in Sunset, it feels like they really know how to take control and go for a few of those aggressive fights. But when it came down to the attack, I feel like it really all started with that 1v2 that GMD was able to win, to then allow them to explore a little bit early on towards the match, go for the side hits, and have really good post plans too. It got a little chaotic on site as well. We saw some interesting plays backside, but no matter what, it was a really good read at the end for TSM, and even going into that second half, just needing 4 more rounds to close it out. It was just a back and forth to guarantee that it was going to go their way.
Yeah, and touching kind of back on that first half when TSM was on the defense side, it really did feel like the not the defense side, the attack side. It kind of felt like they had such a good way to utilize the Sage in the pulse plants, and it felt like it was such a problem for TSM to sort of get anything going. The executes were drilled for TSM. Felt like everything they were doing, whether it was the B splits, whether it was the B hits, the A hits, all of it was just so on point, so cohesive. You can tell that TSM has put a lot of effort in the way they were approaching these executes. Felt like there was no angle skipped, no double peak not had, and it kind of just from start to finish coming into that second half as well, you saw on the defensive side for TSM just how drilled they were with the double peaks, with the clearing on the lurks. Felt like almost no fight, despite some errors happening from TSM, felt like no fight went unanswered for TSM. The trades were there, the double peaks were there. Kind of felt like every angle that was being challenged was just predicted.
This was just such a close map through and through. And to see how that last round ended up was incredible. And looking at the timeline of all of this too, Roy, again, it was one that really got so close. But again, you talk about that discipline from TSM and yeah, just being able on that match point, they had a couple of opportunities to close it out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The Uno reverse card, or the Uno reverse fake comeback, I should say, was not on my bingo card personally. But a map as streaky as always, right? We've seen this before with TSM and Envy, just how streaky these maps could be. 5 rounds going one way, then the next 5 going the other way. We saw it on the first map as well. The trend here continues. I think for me, obviously the individual pop-offs here for Envy was really sick to see. Kane Zera saving them from so many rounds. Exter, Ion, all of them, even Inspire, all of them having their own impact. But on the TSM side, felt like Alvin Boy, 7, GMD were just doing so well with their roles. And of course, you know, despite Timotino not having the best series he's had this event so far, it still felt like even he was having a lot of impact on the entries as well.
there are some really good ideas as well. What I like the most about TSM on this map is that they're always willing to pivot when things start to go wrong a little bit. You see it on the attack side, for example. If they get tagged, if there's a Hunter's Fury coming in and they get spotted towards B main, you see how there was an immediate rotation in one of those early rounds where they decide to play this 4-1. They leave that Cypher on main. They all go towards market and catch a few of the players of MB off guard that were expecting the hit coming from main. You see this throughout the series, even when they were on the defensive side as well. If there's a fake that they kind of fall for, then there's a quick rotation as well, a 5 towards mid, and also a 7 that is always there, not only with the utility, but also willing to get a bit more active, usually with Timotino, when he knows he has that rest, and that usually just gives them that extra opportunity to try to take the early numbers advantage.
Got to talk about the other player that was just always there, a backbone for the team on this map, and talk about Alvin Boy, because he was someone who had highlighted top of the day and the impact he's had in this game. But when you're looking at a couple players that still did really well, mind you, Roy, don't mind, but maybe aren't putting up the 24 kills Alvin Boy got, just the step up that he had was so crucial to close out the map.
And it wasn't only in stats or mechanics too. Like, you can tell the amount of control that Alvin Boy was having even on the defensive side when they had to retake so much space. It felt like NV or TSM was just so on the same page when it came to those things. And I feel like Alvin Boy must have had a lot of say in that, specifically because we were re-entering a lot of the space that he was giving up, and it usually it's the Sentinel players. But when it comes to the multi-frags, when it comes to the trading, and when it comes to the openers, Alvin Boy was 5-1 on those opening kills, along with 7, who also had 5-1. Shout out to him as well. But I feel like Alvin Boy had a huge standout map here for Sunset, and he was a big reason here for TSM's success and able to close it out in such a close battle, 13-11.
And if this is the Alvin Boy that we're going to get going on in the series, man, Dan, we're in for a good one, because again, that impact was huge, especially too now going into this third map. This is something where we've seen a lot of envy of this recently, but on the TSM side, not necessarily too much. But if you start going back on results, they're definitely not a stranger to this map.
This map of bind is going to be an interesting one because, like you're mentioning, we've seen a few matches here for Envy, but for TSM is a little bit of an unknown territory. They have been banning this map pretty much every single one of the series that they played in Ascension, but it's not that the previous times that they played it has been bad. They played it in a third-party tournament that they played in between the grand finals of North America and Ascension, and they were playing a double duelist composition. This third-party tournament that they played as well, all of the compositions that they played back then that they started playing in Ascension were the same, so they were using that as practice coming into this event. But I'm wondering, what is the reason why they were banning it so much if the map was so good? Or is that kind of the secret strategy that they have? Are we going to see a different composition? I don't really know.
That's the biggest question going into this, because I would imagine if they're banning it out, it's a lack of confidence, but the results speak otherwise. So Envy picking into this map now, this could be a great opportunity if this was something hidden from the side of TSM to really be able to try and flip the script here and try and be up 1 in the series, especially too if Envy just don't have any of that recent tape to go off of, Dan. It's like they'll play their own game, that's fine, but
this is also a really interesting point because for those North American Grand Finals that we had, this is exactly how it went. Envy won that first map. We thought it was going to be domination for Envy for the next 2 maps. And then TSM, they win the next one and they win the last few maps. So it is a turning point for sure this time around for TSM. They just won that map. It was a bit close though, so you're not comfortable just yet. And you're going to a map pick that could give you an advantage just because Envy doesn't have that recent information.
I think that's also what makes this match so like fun and interesting, is the fact that both of these teams have shown so much resilience and so much capability of coming back even against all odds. But I kind of want to touch back on the bind topic and kind of the map pool that TSM has. Genuinely, I do feel like TSM is probably one of the only teams in this region that has been able to balance a 7 map pool, and despite them not having played at this event, they have reps on that map. I don't feel like it's going to be like an insane weakness for them. Maybe they don't have as much reps, or maybe they've held this as a pocket pick, just in case. I'm not really sure. It's hard to say, but I think that kind of speaks to how dynamic of a team TSM is, and I feel like the flexibility that they have on their team, with 7's flexibility, with almost every single player on this team as well, they're all able to balance so many different agents. I feel like if there is a team that's going to be able to bounce back on what is a permaban, it's going to be TSM.
They might have that balance and everything else, Dan, but I'm just looking at like Envy and their own strength on this one, and that's still a lot to get through.
Oh?
I need them to lock it. I need them
Lock
to
it.
lock it before I
Yes.
say anything. But as of right now, it is looking really interesting because
looking
we've
locked.
talked about that third-party tournament, how they were playing this double duelist composition, and Seven
Yep.
was on that Yoru. We
Mhm.
didn't know, and I can't really remember this year when is the last time that we saw Seven on the Yoru. But he, to me, when I think of Seven, I think of Vine. He has been notoriously good on this map, no matter what he's playing. And then Timotino is going to be on that Waylay, so that is a difference.
And when I think of Seven, I don't really forget the fact that he was once a duelist. Like, once upon a time, he was that mechanical player. So to see him on a Yoru, which is a little bit more of a cerebral role, it makes sense that TSM would try the Yoru. But think back, guys. Envy, the last time they played Bind, their defense was shut out. It was stone cold, the unmovable object here for Envy. So I feel like there's a ton of pressure here on TSM to try to get as many rounds as they can with this double duelist composition. Otherwise, it's going to be very Envy-sided.
TSM flipping the script now. They got the aggression. They got the double duelist. It's time to see if it's enough going up against an Envy that looks unstoppable of Bind. Third map in the series where it's a tied grand finals. Let's head to it. Back to your casters, Tenric and Vans.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, in the pivot map, it could be what is considered the biggest unknown out of this entire tournament with TSM on this double duelist composition with Seven on the Yoru that they've been workshopping versus an Envy composition that has yet to drop more than 3 rounds total on this map, as they've now played both Brazilian teams that made it to the Ascension main event on that map so far. Vance, it's utter domination versus whatever TSM's got. We'll find out.
That's the thing. A 13-0 against Alliant and a 13-3 against Solid shows the dominance for TSM. But again, the last time these two teams played against each other on this map was like, what? Quarterfinals, upper of stage 3, so locally, but that was still on the side of Envy. This time things are different though. You have a Waylay out for Timotino and Seven back on a duelist. No more Chamber, no more Senti for the side of TSM, and Kane Zero sticks on to this Clove instead of a Brimstone. Expect here these dive to continue to happen on TSM on the attack to try to take down the position, the weak side that they have, to avoid the nerdy trips and traps of Inspire.
The reason TSM decided to start off with this attack, they want to overwhelm the team that lives to overwhelm. Extra stuck up in the showers. The TP's out before getting punished. And Ion with the crunch. What a marvelous trap setup in the bathroom that lets it just be down on Timotino on the entry. Has picked that spike back up, but the position is beyond obvious, and Envy lay waste on the pistol.
You can already see that the studying is there and what they're trying to do when punishing for these A-side hits. The Prowler clears out towards the U-Haul, so you fall back, and then you have very similar pathing to a Raze satchel into the back of the APC. This time, it's a much aggressive dive that you have with the Waylay that allows for them to open up with the Kane Zero. But as they try to flood back at the showers, what a beautiful crossfire setup into that spot. It was read, it was studied to try to take him down, but the firepower is still too good on the side of Envy as they close out the pistol round finally for the first, well, at least winning a good pistol round, on this map.
As tried and true a read as one can get, Envy, despite the gap in time from TSM playing on this map, they have seen this story before. And they know how to stop something even as blasphemously aggressive as this.
No plans for TSM too. They can't really go for this stinger buy as well. They're just trying to see for our Envy side if they are going to go for these overextensions, trying to grab some ore control on their side too. So they kind of had the cavalry and the firing squad to cover up towards that showers. As it quiets down, they have to make the move. They'll walk into the jiggle peaks of Poppin and just try to salvage this orb again.
Quick entry from Seven. Off the blind side. Poppin will just go flash for flash. Not dip into the hall though. Fearful of what he may meet. Rewind out from Timo to try and get a second frag into the saturate. Vorn is eventually able to clear it, but it just requires so many resources, so much dedication with just the pistols in your hand. Alvin Boy once again on that proxy Senti, gonna have to make some waves in these mid rounds to make sure that the rest of this high-flying comp gets a lot of pressure. Of course, again, pistol round, nothing doing this time around. So Envy up 2-0 on the defense.
Yeah, well, at least two very good hands being shown by TSM on how they want to control this map around Waylay. So you have two different types of looks where you want to go for deep dives for these full sight controls, or sight hits rather, and then the second one over here using a recall and also the brimstone smoke just at the entrance, so nobody could really crossfire from that back of that B site. So it allows for you to just isolate that fight in the middle, maybe try to win that into the later rounds when you have weapons to work with, control the orb. And when you start working inserts for the attack side for TSM with the showers, taking that lead control, it allows for you to take the full map in your favor.
Big question here. Does Envy find that same stomp that they have so far this entire tournament? Already, Poppin's presence with these birds in the garden met with something a little bit new. That Fade Haunt out just to force them a step back rather than playing committally either all the way in or all the way out. So TSM kind of have their pick on this bonus with where they can end up, as Envy is forced to not really focus anywhere just yet.
At least just playing for inserts here. You didn't really have any early showers control on that side here of TSM because of the smoke star being consistently thrown from the Clove over on that A side. So they're just trying to go for a pick here, long range into B.
140 on a Timo. Everybody has heavy shields, so it'll be tough for him to finalize a frag, but everybody's too scared. We're out of there. TSM gonna try and go for the A crunch. Still, that shower's presence has to get cleared by the Prowler. Short has to get cleared manually by all of this other stupid stuff that Alvin Boy just kind of has to let go. But TSM is in by any way, shape, or form, and Timotino has been able to scope out the majority of this front line. It's just that Lamb's presence, funnily enough, on the bonus round that Envy is going to use to completely take over. A complete reversal of the pistol, and Inspire is God-touched this round. 3 freebies before Vora silences him, and is forced to use this Nightfall in the 2v1 to save face. And yet Poppin just continues running it down until all is said and done. Vora gets that next Nightfall on deck as they'll take the bonus.
Yeah, and he had to come up big for to control the U-Haul because Inspire was already trying to go for their quad there on that 1v1. If Inspire was able to take that one, but you're wasted out the ult from the Nightfall to just guarantee the round on your side. There's been moments so far since that pistol in that second round that you really were able to get full control into the sights and to have a clean post plant. This time you're just securing the round at least. And it was revolving a lot around Vora's utility, because if you didn't have an insert into showers, when they went for that triple TP, at least they have that second Prowler to clear into showers to allow for them to go for the split into the A site. So being able to take down Vora early could be a good game plan for Envy to not give a chance and good value on Timotino's dive here into these sites.
Yeah, the Prowlers are kind of your only real way to do any proper flushing. Otherwise, it's just throwing a duelist at the problem. And Envy, who are all too keen to meet you at the very first step of the attack, make that so hard to activate. TSM have to continue playing non-committally, and they'll just implant 7 on the hookah. See if he can come away with anything cheeky here as the smoke will dissipate and TSM will re-up for A short.
That's the good news. That second flash to try to find info towards long. There's nothing left here to re-clear towards hookah. It gives a chance for 7 as is duelist that we haven't seen in a very long time to try to duel up and find isolated kills here on this B site. Keep him at bay as well if he gets the information. That will definitely call for the TSM pivot over on the A site, but they will walk into this setup once again from Inspire, playing all the way from heaven to play through some trip kills from heaven. Let me look at that setup.
Yeah, that's nasty.
30 seconds left.
Always love seeing where Inspire's decided to set up shop. So creative. He's got such a myriad of ideas for where these trap wires should be set up. And again, it's purely to play for connection. It's to play for optimization so that it actually gets connection and isn't just something in your way that needs to be burned. And there you go. That's proc. Inspire gets a kill onto Alvin Boy and can now get even closer to the issue. Kane Zera does get cut short by GMD as Lance has been found out, but yeah, there's no time to plant the spike. Envy can just stay away from the holes and TSM is forced to relent.
With 6 seconds left too, you saw that we felt rushed. Vor walked in, ran into the site just to try to get a plant on triple. He runs into a trip, and not only that, there's a camera there. So just staying up on top of heaven just nullifies you from really getting any value into the entry of the site. Beautiful anchoring being done here by Inspire into the A site. And you're seeing at least from this replay, the 4 types of map control that we're trying to show here on the side of TSM has always been like a Vora hip to hip to Timotino and to 7. So as soon as you spot a little bit of Prowler utility and you see the second piece of util coming through, prefer that shot because you know players are coming behind that and they're finding beautiful timings off the anticipated sprays of the swings of both Seven and Timotino. TSM has to rethink a little bit better now on how they could really try to muster up and take down these aggressive lines here from the defense.
Feels like a lot of it has to be the raw contact. Seven and Timo have to make their way on somehow, and with absolutely nothing in the tank and breaching your way through a toxic screen, you can't come away with much. Still though, GMD manifests and beckons the stack to deal with him.
And what better than a dash into the site and you're getting hit by a trip again? It's so annoying to play against Inspire right now, who's been very good as well in regionally. There you go. You got to put that mic down. Maybe we'll get that little sip of water. But yeah, Inspire just in the regional plays as well in North America has been very good on his Cypher setups. If you're thinking about Lotus, for example, the cameras that he places up on Waterfall to really look down towards anybody trying to plant on, you know, the bend of that seaside Lotus, and even looks over the smokes tossed on Waterfall. So just these creative ideas that he consistently finds that allows this agent to get the maximum value, to get the most stalls and even guaranteed kills for Inspire has been also another key component to Envy's run outside of this over aggression out for King Zera and also of Eggster. So now this definitely calls for a halt and a pause here on how they can really try to break this util on the side of Inspire, because right now you're utilizing a lot of these prowlers just to get some early space and some close spacing and close scaling being done by the Waylay. That doesn't allow for you to get too much here to try to find these trips of Inspire when you're actually going into these site hits. And if you're looking across the platform of the rest of this composition, nothing breaks the trip for them. You have to start utilizing now Yoru clones at the right moments, prowlers at the same time, and start breaking those. But then it gives less utility for Timotino to get great value out of his dives. This might not be the type of play you want to do this right now, because you still have the convergence path that could be the biggest thing that allows for them to pop into this A-side split. But you have to think about these in these later rounds if they're able to convert this one here for TSM.
So many different layers of this Envy defense that TSM has bare bones to break through.
I don't know if they decide to cancel, if maybe they heard the tap of the camera from Inspire over on A side, because everybody's walking back towards short. I don't know necessarily if this is going to be a late TP into a B side pop, knowing that Inspire is playing towards that A site, but they are starting to engage at that spot first.
Yeah, they're moving off the Prowler and Haunt. Sees on the lamps. Timo sees that as the go button to let that Virgin Pass fly. That does catch Kane. Oh, but he's not seen! He's not checked! Everybody from Envy forgiven and given free passage. Are we flawless this round, chat? Are you kidding me?
That is a backbreaker on the positioning of Kane. And again, you see now why he was playing these positions on Sunset, why he didn't get value for two of them, because he was, again, trigger disciplined to try to get these picks. And this time, he gets so much value out of it. And not only that, he has the crossfire set up from Eggster, who's not affected by the Waylay ult. And that just checkmates TSM's hit into this A site. Oh, dude, now you have Hail Marys and haymakers being thrown by the side of TSM, and he still can get into a site for a plat. Envy continuing to look super solid on the defensive halves, despite the compositional change from TSM.
Yeah, this is looking as unshakable as Envy's previous tenures on Bind. It's such a tough conversation to have of how heavily you approach a specific opening. Really feels like that was the one, too. The C's into the convergent paths. That's the one pocket that you fully concentrate. And you're not able to finalize. Envy gets there again so quickly. Poppin's call to it. Eggster's speed with his TPs, of course. It's just, you're not allowed to make mistakes from that point on.
And Envy, there was a miss. And sorry, Tarek, just wanted to add too, there was a missed timing as well, because when that C's actually did hit King Zera and he popped their ult, by the time they swung towards that back of the site, you can't see the tether anymore. So they have to make sure now, this time around, when they're going for these hits, that they really have to check every single corner right now because of Kane0's positioning.
It's just, like you said, too many backbreakers. Too many foolproof fallbacks for Envy to rely on. And so TSM once again have to use bodies for intel here. They will suss it out. Inspire held in the back, and he just doesn't care! Spraying through the lamps, and he has all the purchase he needs. Rest of Envy once again here to play, and we're just back to the previous round, except TSM have worse guns and way worse morale. Alvin Boy takes a century seemingly to even land that last shot onto Inspire, and it's near flawless once more.
That was just very surprising of what happened on the exit for the side of TSM. Granted, it is an eco round that you have for the TSM side, but just as we mentioned before, they needed to find ways to break these trips. Not only did they throw Prowler, they threw a Prowler in the lines, they threw a clone in the lines, and it never broke it. Yet you still get another person trapped in there trying to scale out. And not only that, you also have the spike scaling towards the back, where everybody's flooding from, and where they were checkmated from in previous rounds. And at that eco round, you're just trying to get a plant spike down at the very least. That was just unfortunately not well seen.
Ion tucked out early by just running it down on the pit, and that's a good first door stop dealt with. Is this the round where Envy gets too braggadocious and lets flow their game plan? Kane0 haven't used the not dead yet to try to keep this fight contentious. We'll use it to open up Eggster from the backstab in the corner. Kane0 back up and kicking, and we'll just run it down one more time. Kane0 does not let that second life go to waste, and Envy have given Brazil their glory this game. It's 7-1.
And the idea that they have, again, is this seems like what we're cooking for the side of TSM is just a full anti-strat book on positioning on ults. You see from the very beginning, the C's that's being thrown and even the instant double dash from the Waylay doesn't really allow for the full pit to form out from Ions and even catch them off guard. As that pit goes down, though, that's what's missing on that second layer. What do you have after that? Because they found successes on the entry on that pistol round when they double dash with that fade C's in the back of tank. But this round, they were able to get that, get Ions down. But as soon as it comes into spreading across the map, spreading across the site and getting into positions, they are getting out-timed by everybody. Everybody else from
across
NBA.
the board.
I can't even name one player because everybody found their value on these site holds and retakes.
Yeah, this is just such an elevated level of showing from Envy continuously on this map. They get the signals so quickly, and to their credit, TSM, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do a lot of the time. It's pretty telegraphed entrances because it's so drip or drown on top of this fade util, and possibly the Waylay ultis, although at the rate we're going, who knows if Tim is going to be able to use another one. It is scrapes that TSM are working with. It's, what, 17 kills across the lot of them? Egg and Kane have more than that among just them.
Is it a Silver Scrapes mention? I don't know where.
No, sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. But no, definitely.
Sometimes I make a reference and you know you're too cultural, you're too old to know that I just was saying something dumb.
Oh no, but you are definitely right. It is scraps for TSM going into this round. And yes, there is a pit. Yes, there is a nightfall. But again, despite, even if you're able to get pings and value off the fade utility, if you're trying to go for an explosion with this half buy that you have, or this low buy on pistols that you have in a stinger, it's still hard to cross into the site. They got to work as a group right now, as a team. Buddy systems there, all on a 4-1 split, one watching the TP cross. So they are trying to add this early pressure from TSM to force the TP from the A site.
Eggster gifted a second opportunity, and so a second flash must be thrown into the fray. Double cage to fully shroud him out and give Inspire a solo. And that'll get him to TSM. Have to re-up. TP once again crunch. They throw a snake bite all the way to that back hall as well, so TSM can at least scope out the B side itself. But The condensation is beginning. Poppin on top of the cabbages. That
30
will at least
seconds
get him a
left.
couple steps in, and the rest of Envy activated. But Timo with the quick refrag leads this to a 2v2 on top of the spike plant. Does Vora hold as Timo
Spike
plays police?
planted.
Vora with just this sheriff in hand, and Timotino has been spotted. Spike heard. Ion has the key to both these players'
enemy
positioning,
remaining.
and already found the rifle off of it. Vora, a mountain against a molehill, and it's easy for Ion. Envy keep too stable. It's the closest it's been seemingly so far, and yet it's still miles ahead for Envy.
Agreed. And it almost looked like Vora maybe, who was so good in that, round, the only round that they've gotten, actually. Unfortunately, couldn't win that 1v1 against Ion. That said, I love the flood from TSM into the site. This was perfect. Alvin going catches the rotate and cuts it. Unfortunately, couldn't pick up a weapon. I think that was the biggest opportunity here for TSM to pick up weapons, pit into the site, and try to guarantee that second round. But they missed that timing. When you're trying to jump down from the hookah, pick up the spike, and go for a plat because they hurt the TP from behind. So you can't pit out. You can't, because you're giving a space and gap for the players to rotate from that back, especially when Exter hits one with the operator. And TSM, they're holding on to the ults for this round with a rifle round. Now you're starting to see it's under the trip. The Prowler went under it.
On Inspire above the boxes, finds 7, susses out the clone. He knows Yoru all too well. And in the meanwhile, that Ditto will also be able to find one of the Lone Rangers in the hookah as well. Before a complete recommitment for Envy. The TP away, Poppin already making his way down sand. Envy live to own this map now. They so quickly encroach and make it impossible for you to even have another decision. Choice paralysis plaguing TSM's attack side that they chose to start on, that they have been seemingly workshopping all this time, and yet it seems that the weakness in the map pool still persists unless TSM has one hell of a defensive half of their own.
That's all we hope, probably, yeah. But if not, I just love how Envy's playing this map so far. Just how good the reads are from Inspire to place the trips at the right places for these early rounds, instantly punishing this hookah control that TSM was trying to take, not even allowing Vora to save his weapon onto the next round, putting TSM back into a mixed bags of tricks into their next rifle round. I think one of them is going to be broke, so they won't have the best of buys. But overall, just how they're playing off each other too, not only on the macro, but with the util. I just want to point out the fact that when Poppin's healing up his teammate, you go for a clone and a flash to just try to make sure if there is still presence of TSM out towards Fountain, because of the mid rounding and the info that you got off the hat was already disappeared. So it's just nice what we're doing here on the side of Envy for the defensive side to just always be one step ahead of what TSM's trying to do on their attack with this comp.
Seemingly TSM knew this ride was going to be bumpy. They have got to go the distance, take their way to halftime, and see if they can recover this. This defensive half still feels so indescribably decisive on the side of Envy. Poppin once again with this operator. Getting disrespectful with it, starting to twist the knife. Prowler, flash, he'll finally duck away and give Sand over. But next, you have Exter held close, and Poppin still able to burn that decoy, so Exter has the free lineup. He's only good for one, though. Alvin Boy on the way back down hookah, so Ion is found out before the convergent pass activates, and TSM should have all the mobility they need. Timotino rushes down the site and grabs 2 on the lineup, and TSM have found the foothold at the 11th hour.
And a 4K from Timotino too. If anything, though, it was still the first hand, the first attack showing here from Envy. If it wasn't for maybe 2 op shots that missed here on the side of Poppin, it would have been potentially a different story written this time around for Envy's favor. I mean, the position they had to bait out to bait for Exter to get value out of that spot. There was already a pick off from Poppin's off, who's been so good on Abyss previously. I mean, that could have been a highlight reel for Exter in that round. Instead, it's at least a round committed for TSM, an ult being expense, but still 2 more to utilize this round to try to salvage and make this a 9-3 half.
Timotino's already taken the wide corner, so 7 has to try and pierce this, force Exter with the TP back to negate the trap setup, but now he's just gonna dry peek it, and that clearing has been watched since the dawn of time by Envy's defense. Now you set up Poppin once again with the free op channel, and so TSM gotta reaggress hookah again, find something somewhere there. Otherwise, this B exec is so cooked. You can see it from a mile away.
Face your fear!
Nightfall on the execution. 7 will walk up. Pop with the collab through Garden! And it's already over in one fell swoop! GMD meets Chaos, which reigns on this defensive half by Envy, 10-2.
And Poppin just made it back from that previous round. Yeah, I missed 2 shots the previous round. Let me just get 2 for 1 this round here. And it nullifies, neuters the execution of TSM, trying to get value off the pit over on that B site. That said, they went into an exit where Envy had a good read one more time. 4 players stacked inside that site. A trip to support the Clove into U-Haul with an Odin most likely. But they are at a stalemate for TSM. They couldn't move forward, and hopefully they could turn it around on the second half. But before we get there, Melio's back on the stage with Winthrop's own moves.
Estou aqui com o Moobs, o melhor chamber do mundo. Is that true that you're best chamber in the world?
Oh, I don't know, bro. I had to talk to Baby Bay a little bit. He gave me some tips, but you know, I want to be up there.
Ele disse que vai perguntar pro Baby Bay, mas que ele tá quase lá. E já que ele enfrentou tantas vezes esses dois times, eu vou colocar ele na fogueira sim e vou perguntar qual dos dois é melhor. I'm sorry, I have to ask you. You've played both teams a lot. Which one is better?
Oh man, you can't put me on the spot like that, bro.
I'm sorry.
I'm a fan of good Valorant. You know, I think Envy proven themselves the entire split, but I think TSM's in really good form right now. I want to say it's TSM.
Ele diz pra, por favor, não me colocar na situação, mas os dois estão muito bem, a Envy tá num grande momento, mas que ele vai falar de TSM e quero falar dessa bind, né? Por que os caras são tão bons na bind? Moves. Why is Envy so good playing binds? Is that the crazy style? Why is that?
I don't know. We were talking about it up there. I'm like, man, their bind is scary, bro. We would have banned it against them. You know, I think they're very confident. I think when Kane made his switch to Clove, comfort pick, it works a lot for them. You know, I think they're good on every map, to be honest. They're just a good team.
Ele disse que ele estava conversando com o pessoal do time dele lá em cima, né, sobre isso mesmo, porque eles são tão bons. E ele acha que a grande diferença agora é o Kanye numa Clove para poder ter mais conforto para ele, mas que no final das contas a Envy é melhor em todo o mapa. Last question, prediction, who's gonna win?
TSM 3-2.
TSM 3-2 é isso. Vamos ver então se ele tá certo, porque essa bind aqui já foi, amigos.
I feel like Moves probably knows finally how it feels as talent to try to predict, you know, a favorite to come out on top in this series. When we had to bet against Winthrop or TSM, we never know because we just love good Valorant. And I love how I think he went from Envy first and TSM after on a 3-2. So, I mean, what can you really do?
I mean, you know, there's just so much love between everybody who made it to Ascension from North America. Just so much respect among all of these players towards one another, and it's tough to root for anything apart from a good game when you're that good of a player and that respectful of a player as well. Moobs, such a nice guy. Everybody from WU, happy to see them showing out for this Ascension Grand Final. Well, Envy got to 10-2 in the first half of the first map, and while we went to 24, they were able to come away with that. So does their bind continue to ring as true as it has against the best of the hosts of Brazil?
Yeah, if not the story, if it continues now with a dominant half from even TSM on the second map that ended 13-11. This time, though, it's TSM. They're showing a little bit of face. They're getting some kills towards the short A side, forcing Envy to rush into B, where it's currently being played soft site for TSM. It's definitely a hard site to retake on this map of Bind, but at least you're playing a 5 versus 3, and you're looking to reflood.
Exter gonna poke his head out, try and get some free damage, and from there, seems like that's what the rest of Envy will try and do too. Just get away with as much as you can, and Kane's Era actually able to float away with a double for letting that overhealth pop up. Borges just gonna B-hop the rest of his way through that trouble and get TSM their own pistol round. So twin pistols mirrored by great reads on a macro level to get those stacks started. TSM understanding with minimal starting intel gained by Envy. They knew there was going to be that potential for a split push. They let the saturate fly into the back half of that stack, and then they just full swing it to guarantee themselves an advantage.
And if anything, you see the pivot and the rank experience coming out from Envy's side. They tried to go for a pop flash through Kane's Era smoke in the spawn to just try to cut the rotates from TSM and not give him a chance to go for the flood retakes. As you're sure some of them are going to try to hold util to flood back. Unfortunately, it was just mistimed, and then they got picked off here, allowing TSM to have some room to breathe. They found nothing on their attack side. They found a solid pistol in the second half to trade off pistols on this map and look at a stronghold. Their crossfire into the B side pop with a late lurk for an Inspire on the short A.
Trying to allow zero opportunities for the openers of this anti-eco, spraying the second they hear the steps out from Extra's decoy, and they just keep on spraying until he's gone. TSM lay waste to the opening, and Envy meet just as much of a stalwart doorstop as TSM does in the opening of this. Inspire with that classic lurk, as always, though, is going to be able to come away with this Outlaw. The question is, the hell does he do with it?
You gotta start hiding, though. It's Inspire with an Outlaw that could pop down 2 players, being Seven and Alvin Boy. Going into the old school, drop my pistol as a flash, and then finally getting dropped by for a nice little quote-unquote simple play for those who know the reference. But it is still a solid anti-eco here for TSM. So 2 very good looks for TSM's holds. I mean, you try to flood out of the gates from the smoke. I'm sure you're trying to get another pop flash from Exter through the club smoke. But they just sprayed through it, dropped them all down, did not give a chance for Envy to really even set up and to cross that line of scrimmage into the B site.
Still quite the uphill battle here. TSM trying to meet the threats early yet again with these saves, and the Prowler yet again being the tool to get them forward there. Timotino, that's a nasty gap to find with the opening Outlaw shot that'll force most of Poppin's regrowth tank off rip.
And they continue, though.
Wow, immediate extension. That was so quick on top of it. Envy just want to get it done here and now, but that just means Timo gets another free op shot. Bora ducking into the cubby. Does Envy try and exact onto this? No! Timo is still policing, and TSM have met the crowd here. The bonus round comes flying out of Envy's hands, and TSM already proved that their defense can be just as boisterous, if not more so than Envy's. Kainzera stands alone against a wide open audience that surely eventually finds him right. If not the 3 in front, surely the 1 behind. Timo is up to 3, and TSM is not out of bind yet.
What a nice little pop in the very beginning here for TSM to look down and get the information on Sands. But as you're trying to come through, the amount of flashes you're trying to throw out by the side of Envy is being met up by counter flashes from Seven through the back of the spawn. And it almost looked like the dart that was being thrown out by Poppin actually hit 2 players in the back of the site. So thankfully, Boris swung out to keep them at bay. Thankfully, that wall was up. And thankfully, those flashes from Seven were there to not allow Envy to cross towards that back of the site and overtake the defenders in the back of B. Now they convert their bonus. They're putting Envy into a half by 2 Stingers Sheriffs. This could be another very clean one here. They have the right number of players into the B side or A side split of Envy.
This looks formidable. So many Envy ecos are. And they live to clutch as well. They have like 50% more clutches than TSM across this tournament, despite playing almost an identical amount of rounds. These are the rounds. These are the moments that Envy lives to strive back from and take the dominant bind that they know they have in them. Re-entry now from TSM as the spike goes down, and TSM is skirting the outskirts. Seven just has open season, seemingly takes care of everything. Oh, give it to him. The shorty too. No, Inspire's gonna shut that down, but no more. The lineup is clear. The shuffle is available. And Seven did a hell of a lot of work against that anti-eco.
And this is difficult for Envy right now. As we talked about the struggles for TSM on their attack side, it's not necessarily the biggest struggles that you have for Envy, because you need to be good on the counter utility from TSM side. And what I mean by that is these smokes are being placed down by Clove. They are the shortest smokes that we have in the game right now out of all of the controllers. So if you're able to stall out with the flashes that are being thrown by Seven again, you have these mollies for GMD, you have so much counter utility on that side, you're winning 20-second smokes from the Brimstone versus the 14 or whatever it is. I think it's 14.75 or something like that from the Clove. You're winning now the battle of the stalls, and now everybody's out in the open to try to get into the site for a plat. And the reason why I say it's a difficult thing for Envy, but not as difficult, is because they could still shoot back. So no matter what happens in that chaos, you're gonna have to be really good in the buddy system on your attack side as well for Envy to just take the upper hand in these brawls that could happen after these smokes dissipate.
Yeah, the trade frags have just seemed too important to negate from either side, really. It feels like you should almost always have a friend with you, especially for the reapproaches. And Envy I mean, looking at how well they pack fought until 7 was able to concentrate Kane with the saturate, that looked as clean as a save round could get. That looked as powerful as it could look. They had a lot of space to work with. They had a lot of openings in which they could maybe get, you know, a stinger flyby or a quick little shot on the sheriff that we know Envy is good for more often than not. But yeah, if TSM is able to find that first opening, that first lurker early, like if Inspire can't gain enough space or if Poppin can't really activate anybody, then you lose so much momentum the other way.
Yeah, and I had to factor in myself, it's even shorter. It's 13.5 seconds for the close smoke, so even shorter. So they're already both down. Here's the cell coming out from the ult of the Wailing.
Yeah, double TP from TSM, and it's instantly met. Holy! Nobody from TSM finding their shots. What is this? Kane, even on the ultimate, is able to keep kicking for a hot minute. 7 all of a sudden by himself. The crunch play was loud and proud, but came up with absolutely nothing. Envy turning right around and destroying that attempt.
This is the second time that we get a convergence path that does get value. It does stall some players, but we're not checking our corner. You have time for Inspire to whiff shots with a Bucky, switch over to a Phantom, and still headshot the second player swinging through while you're being stunned, and somehow he's still alive. That's the crazy part about this, for how you're able to hold off that FUD exec from TSM. And again, this is the problem as well that kind of ensues, and that was talked about that was talked about a bit at the desk when they said here they've been banning this for such a long time. There's gonna be a trump card. Definitely there has been. The issue right now is that you haven't really put these into officials yet. So as it still works out very well for your scrims, which is probably the reason why you're pulling out this composition for this very fight, it's not really put into the tests against a top opponent like Envy. So under the chaos, when you're trying to catch up the way that you are, when you're trying to be explosive, there are still some rocks that are left unturned when you're going for these flood execs, because it hasn't been shown in practice, and they're just maybe unfortunately over prepped into what they're trying to bring into this map so far. Yeah. They still have a chance though. They have good rifles in this round.
Just hold on to this eco for dear life and try to stop as much of the openers as you can.
I've got your trail.
The dog with the gate crash will allow Envy pretty easy access in, but the decoy has to guarantee that complete lack of an op in the shower so Envy can fully take over. Now even the Seekers to fully contest Timotino and open up the A site. Envy has to use a lot, but it's what works. GMD hold up in Kane. Zera's smoke, and he sprays through down for 2 before Envy can counteract. Still though, Envy do have that front line of the site, and TSM choose to try and get close first. Timo, a missed window with the up, and Exter turns to Vora. The recovery from Envy is insane. Trapwire on the lamps destroyed. Exter mid-ultimate. Inspired, finding 7 in the meantime. Alvin Boy having to avoid this Yoru ulti and then dip into the fray, but already making all the noise and getting hit by that gate crash. He is completely circled. Envy find their footing and dominate again to make it 12-6.
Also had to break the trip to rotate back, so Envy had the full information of where that rotate was coming from. The issue there now is just a missed shot from Timotino is taken full advantage of right over here by Exter. As you miss that shot, you miss the gap, you miss the trade, and is able to just understand that flank coming from behind because of the TPs that came through, and that's just unfortunate times now for TSM. Back into a double ult that they still have available that they carry into this round, but they don't have an op anymore. Thankfully, at least some rifles, and they're at full shields across the board. They're looking for a trap play. They're looking for aggression through the smoke, and they get it through the smoke.
Massive haunt found early by Vora, but that doesn't mean you get anything for the rest of this push. That doesn't matter though, really. It's Envy. They're gonna make it known. GMD catching Poppin's jump. Inspire and Kane though able to find their frontline frags. Next checkpoint set up, and it's 7 in the cubby who can now let that decoy and TP fly to reposition and continue to stall out this B site.
And that's a very good move by him. After these 2 picks, forces a bit of util to fall back so he could ult into the retake, but that's how you play it. Just rush through as soon as you hear the Euro, push through the smoke, get the pick, and it's only Timotino left.
How did they meet that crowd so well? Inspire just jumping right in front. And now Timo has to use everything just to get on the site and figure out the lineups. But as the smoke fades, the crowd conquers, and Envy have another dominant bind performance. They are one map away from a spot in VCT.
And the first dominant map of this series, as it was so close in the first two, but Envy comes out full swing in his third map, trumping the ace cards that was being thrown on the table by the side of TSM. They beat them with a 3 of a kind, maybe even a full house, because everybody was activated on the side of Envy just by great defensive plays on their side. TSM side now, they had to forget it. I mean, they tried to come up with something new. It didn't work out, but thankfully going to the last 2 maps now with, I think, Ascent coming up, this is still a map that's very strong for TSM and a map that they actually won against Envy the last time around.
Yeah, this blemish on TSM's record means nothing if they're the first to make it to 3 maps, which Envy still is not. We'll see y'all on Ascent after the break.
Game changers.
It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to
Going for the evening.
Third map of the series heading into Bind. Not something we've seen from TSM throughout Ascension. We asked if they had something up their sleeves, something they're hiding from us. If so, not something we necessarily got to see come to light. A strong start from Envy, no wiggle room for TSM, and it's going to be a 13-6 for now. Series point for Envy, Dan.
It is now the second time today that Envy start 10-2, but the difference is that this time around they were able to close it out in a very dominant fashion here on Bind. That setup on the defense was incredible, and we didn't really know what to expect because TSM, they haven't shown us this competition, they haven't shown us this map so far, but the double duelists and even just the entries that they were trying to make, they were impossible to beat with that setup. On that A side, you had that Cypher Util, plus you had King Zera just being a demon on side, and then if you try tried to go B as as you see in a few of those late rounds into that first half. You have Poppin with an operator and Nayeon playing backside, always finding an opening pick. It was just impossible to deal with that setup early on. And even if there was a little bit of hope going into that second half after TSM were able to convert that bonus, the advantage was so strong. It was only 3 more rounds to close it out for Envy.
And it's not even like Envy did anything crazy. Like, they were just playing at barriers. Like, it almost felt like they never went into the attacker side territories, right? Like, they were playing inside hookah, they were playing like long top of long B, they were playing on site at A. They just knew how to play these turtle setups extremely well. They recognized the TSM's count position. Didn't really have that many counters to. They don't have a way to break the trap wires. There's just not much to work with that would, you know, kind of figure out where the cipher setup is. And I feel like that played so heavily into Envy's favor. And you can kind of see it in the fact that they just weren't. The pace that they were playing out on the attack side was really, really slow. They're trying to draw out the Yoru TPs. It felt like they had some kind of game plan coming into this, but Envy was just too stone cold.
Yeah, they were insane. And this map also reminded me a little bit of what we saw in that map of Abyss. Very similar case for TSM, where they might find the opening as you get to see, but they're not able to convert or really take that side. And it was just because either Inspires and the setups that he has, or it was just because of what we were telling you guys about the operator towards long as well. It was constantly getting denied, and it was just, there was pretty much no answer and no other opportunities for TSM to do anything else. So they're not able to come back from this. And on top of that, you have an Envy that is feeling themselves, that is fragging out, a Nexus that starts 10-1, by the way, early into the round. It just, everything was going the way that Envy wanted, and this is exactly maybe what the plan was going into this map of Bind, knowing what TSM had been doing before and knowing as well how they could shut it down in the defense early on.
And at this point now, taking that map of Bind, Envy, they are just 1 map away from closing out the series and finding themselves moving on to VCT Americas. Next map in the series, though, this is where we go to Ascent. And looking at the teams, this is a TSM pickup, but also something that, Roy, we've seen quite strong from both the squads. So, like, TSM, they are not done yet.
Yeah, I'm just going to say how it is, okay? Bind was an upper bracket advantage for Envy. It's just simple as that. It's very clear that TSM, the level of TSM showed us on that map is not nearly the same level. I truly believe, that being said, that the next 2 maps we're going to see, if we do see all 5 maps, are not going to be the same movie we've been watching in this last map, guys. It'll be a lot more in line with the first 2. That being said, I completely agree, Sierra. I think that Ascent has looked great for both teams. Envy has looked a little bit shaky on it at times, but I think the double duelist is working very nicely for them. I'm expecting a ton of proactivity, a ton of, you know, kind of combating, getting the operators in line, getting extra on lines, getting KaneZera to be active, and those fast floods are so dangerous here for the Envy side.
As you guys are saying, this map has looked good for both of the squads recently. But my main concern here is knowing that Envy is going to be starting on the defense. Yes, they both look good, and TSM has good look on the attack, but it feels like Envy might just be a little bit stronger because they get the chance to start on this defense that has been so good for them. Last time they played it, they were able to beat Team Solid with a 13-3, and it was after a very dominant first half of a 9-3. Like we were talking about, a few of those pieces that you expect to get more active are the reason why they find so much success early on, with the KaneZera, with the operator early on, Extra as well doing the same, and everybody kind of really knowing how to play around this map. I think the one thing that can maybe be slowing down and change the plan a little bit, just like it was in Sunset, is going to be 7 with the Sage.
I think I'm recognizing that we're seeing a little bit of an immovable object, unstoppable force narrative, guys, because you look at the TSM side, you look at their Ascent, most of the rounds are actually found on the attack side. Despite the fact that they have a double Sentinel composition, they have found a style that works on this map. Despite them having 2 Sentinels, which you would think they're playing slow, they're very explosive. They have very drilled executes. So I think this first half is going to be really interesting, because if Envy can be stone cold like they were on Bind, this is going to be a really tough map here for TSM, and this could very well end right here. But if TSM comes in strong, just like they have been previously on this map with this double Sentinel setup, we could very well see the distance.
Heading into the Agent Select, and we've seen a lot from these teams. This is where we see Ideology switch up a little bit to Kane back on the waylay to pair up with that Yoru, going up against that single duelist of Timotino.
It's the same compositions that they were playing before, and it's the compositions that have worked for both of them. Both of the teams have been finding some success on the attack side, but merely how strong this defense of Envy is going to be is going to mean everything. There's actually a singular change. Inspire on the Killjoy here.
Wow. I mean, that is really interesting. I feel like Killjoy doesn't have any crazy things that we have not seen on this map, but if there is a person that can innovate, that can change, that can catch them off guard, it is going to be Inspire.
A switch up in a potential series point. That's the most Envy thing that we could see coming out into this. With Ascent ahead of them, it's not the first time we've seen them switch up within this series. Is it going to be enough of a switch up to catch TSM off guard? Reminder, map number 4. Envy need one more map to close this out, to be your champions and move to VCT Americas. Can they close it out on Ascent? It's time to find out with your casters, Tenric and Vans.
Thanks, Sierra. Does it all end here on Ascent? Envy just one map away. And Vans, it's a map where they are once again trying something new. Inspire off of the comfort role, going to KJ, along with this Waylay Yoru double duelist composition. I have thoughts. I'm sure you do too.
I think it's a good pick, to be honest with you, because Inspire is going to be very good on any single agent. And if you remember the lore as well of Inspire before he was Inspire, when it was still Baby J, there's probably a picture floating around of him cosplaying as a Killjoy. He loves that agent, and he knows how to cook with Killjoy. And I also think that this agent pick, especially on the defensive side, could be a nice little counter on these execs that are being thrown out by TSM because of the Sage Wall boosts. Sometimes you have the Sage Walls, and you can't really play around trips and traps because the overhead view of the B side kind of just gives an opening for or 7 or Alvin Boy being boosted on the wall to fight against you. So now you're just leveraging even nano swarms to stop the flood from the other players moving into the site, isolating the fights towards that main and making sure you're crunching on that spot. And look at it already. You're potentially looking for the reaction of the turret to have both duelists with the saturate and the nanos to just dominate TSM on a B side hit where they're currently leaning in the very beginning. It started off with a little bit of util on that side. You saw the drone coming in from Vora, if not a shock dart, to try to create a resemblance of an attack side on the A site. But here comes a hit on B now.
You want to find that prey and collapse onto it. The nades to sequence the initial push. Smoke to stop the next part of it. Inspire unchecked on the logs. Gets away with 2. TSM, the rest of the pack fight has to be real. And they will hold it down. 7 already, without that healing orb, had to use it on himself to get him back up to an equal bit compared to the rest of TSM, so it's almost a full-fledged 3v2, but Poppin fearless in the rest of these channels, knowing TSM had to be so committal to getting on side, especially with this barrier orb on the back hall. He'll quickly deal with that as Ion breaks his way through. And Envy make their climb. Ion, good for the opener. Down the steps they trollops. Double crunch on the swing. It is gorgeous by Ion. 3 for the kid.
He finds his single timing. He's the one breaking the wall, let him know, yo, I'm over here. Come at me, bro. And he just goes out for these taps down the staircase and opens up the site. Poppy wasn't even needed. I don't even think he was waiting for a recon dart. I don't even know if I saw one into the site as Ion just kills everybody on that retake. We were overzealous a bit, trying to go for the execute for TSM, running with her util out, just trying to wall up towards that spawn. So that tuck in towards that logs was huge for Inspire, but thankfully we had numbers for TSM to trade that out until this happens. You were in position for all these trades, but then unfortunately Ion is just quicker on the trigger, and they get a pivotal piss around for Envy, one step closer to Ascension.
Already meaning everything to Envy here, every round. So much more meaning to it, so much more weight.
Double
with
Aries.
What's on the other side. Yeah, let's get a little goofy with it. Poppin and Kane still trying to have fun with it. With this late hold by Inspire on top of that util, it's going to get cleared pretty sequentially. You have to try and set up these man-to-man blockades, especially when the rifles start piercing.
If Poppin' Canes was actually a food chain, I'd buy that over Raisin Canes. But this is a stalemate once again for TSM. After hearing the roar of the Aries towards B main, they decide to stop themselves in the track, and really, it's hard for them to take map control. Nobody's on the right side of the map. The alarm bot's gonna get sounded here by Alvin Boy. Unless now that he spots it, he's going to need his teammates to make some noise towards that B main.
Great skirting for Inspire to at least get a little bit spooked, but can't do any damage beyond that. Everybody gets broken down on the entryway. You really just need that smoke and the slightly better guns, and a round like that's trivial, so it makes it all the more important that Envy got that pistol to start.
And it's flawless. It's clean, at least for the side of Envy, and they'll carry these two areas over. They've identified for TSM. Yeah, exactly. For TSM over on one side on that B site, but they don't even know that there is also one over on A. That said, every single angle is being checked. Double areas with an outlaw going into this round will be very still dangerous to face up against here for TSM. Thankfully, they had a plant on that first round, so everybody can have full armor except with the exception of GMD. Looking for early control over on the A side. And they do hear that second Ares on that site for Kane Zero now.
They're trying to pressure that one-way presence both ways, but neither side really comes up with anybody buckling. So we'll just meet at a new front door. Ion holding on to this Bucky, just standing down the arch as well. Just trying to aura his way through this round.
Right now, it's so slow for TSM. They didn't even have a chance to move out to break turrets or really force any rotates across. So they might get caught off with Util a bit, especially with Ion's position in the front of the A site with the Judge. And finally, the drone spots him. It's a tit for tat, though. They've shown a little bit of their hand left and right. The turret doesn't really know who it saw towards that main. So probably they think that it could still be Alvin Boy trying to lead up on that side first. But it's three players getting ready to move it into B.
Yeah, the entry onto that is pretty doubtless. Poppin able to just kind of fire his way through as the smoke falls, but TSM do a great job of avoiding a lot of that raw damage. Now the barrier orb can actually escort them onto the site. Still, though, they are pinged out. That makes it a little harder to actually worry about the site itself. Still, frontline fights deal with the boathouse presence, and now Vora is able to play the back corner. Just set up these extra checkpoints, and you're solid. But Ion's managed to make his way in, and now he's got that rifle. Down goes Alvin. Does Envy steal away the bonus? Another clutch by Ion. No! GMD closes that out and keeps TSM the least bit stable.
That's crazy because it looked like such a good opener. So many kills happened off screen, but it's basically the tuck that you had from one of the players in front of the stage while propped up by 7. As you try to drone for pop-in, it actually was so focused to try to take down 7 at the top that 2 players were able to walk down. No information given for the players in the back of the site. They both get caught off guard, but somehow Iron was able to turn things around back to almost win another clutch. And let Envy run away with this one. But TSM, they get the round. It's rather expensive. They're all at small shields, but Exter still invests into the operator this round.
Once again, Kane trying to go that one way on A's opener. Seeing how greedy he can be with it. Smoke dropped onto Exter, finds the op chop, but whips it. Kane entering with the saturate. It's got to be here or now, and the saturate finds both, but Vora can restabilize, and TSM has managed to set up shop onto site. Poppin's here though. Timo warps that spacing however he needs to. The updraft with the shorty. Sure, buddy. However you see fit. 2v3 on the retake as Exter is still holding close to this operator, and Inspire has actually kind of legged it over this barrier orb to make his way to tree a little bit early. Exter coming away with the frag onto Timo, and Vora has had to pocket himself on top of this door now that the spray onto the tree has been given, but it'll be the double peek from that tree door. So Vora having the close angle, the turret's not going to catch him, and Alvin Boy a long ways ready to catch the first dry contact. This operator still dangerous, and Vora not checking! Turns back to heaven and opens the stage for Envy yet again. Extra the peak, Inspire the finish. And Envy come away with that defensive round.
I don't understand why we kept looking back there for Vora at the top of heaven. Yes, the cyber cage show is being thrown by Alvin Boy. It does get audio cues of somebody walking on the top, and especially since you had the op kill come out there from Exter. But the thing is, you still have to drop. You still have to make audio cues to try to see if they're dropping down on that site. And Alvin Boy is already watching that line. They were so afraid of a double drop somehow, even if the turret is towards tree. And as Vora turns around for a second time, Exter finds the timing, backstabs him, and then Envy converts a 2 versus 1.
A terrifying mistake to make when every one of these rounds counts so hard. Envy have continuously dominated on their defensive halves on Ascent. It's why they wanted to start here. But even so, any moment like this where TSM has just been fully stomped away, their flame fully snuffed, having to start from the beginning. And yet, blades are open. Drone is out. A is open. TSM's in. Timo's free. Ion counteracts. Timo's got a frag. First blade connects. Second one's flash. Kane in the meantime with this judge. And the Saturate's timing is perfect. He's clip farming in Ascension Grand Finals. I'll give him one more. Oh, come on. Distasteful. Envy continues to feast.
Toying with them, I fully respect this because you're finding information, you're going for the recall, you already have the ult, so don't get the kill. Who cares about that? You're trying to ascend here for TSM, or sorry, for Envy, and you're trying to stop this now. So you recall, you allow Poppin to get that kill, and he's gonna be one away from his Hunter's Fury. I respect the first entry from Team Latino was beautiful there onto Ion, but that movement right there from Kane is just so impactful. The gap close that you get on the waylay to play with the judge and a Saturate on top of that. Now you're just playing hero plays on the side of Envy, and it's locking out TSM.
Yeah, at this point in the game, if Envy, the players individually are activated enough, it's kind of over for you. That's been the tale of the tape. At TSM, across this entire year, they've been the ones that have been able to meet that threat head on more consistently, been able to shut them down, been able to dissuade them. But there is nothing left to lose. No more games left to play. Nothing left to attain. Envy are going to leave it all out here. Wear their hearts on their sleeves. And TSM must be ready to meet every individual threat that coalesces so beautifully as a whole when it's Envy running down a map like this.
It seems as though for TSM, they've had some great successes, at least to get onto the sites. They have good jobs or good results on the entries too. But that King Zero on that previous round, maybe we didn't really get a plant down for TSM. There's just some small mistakes that came through from TSM's positioning that cost them some very important rounds. Think about that pistol round on that 3 versus 2. That Ion gets a 3K for that round. Think about that continuous turnaround from Vora on that 2v2 earlier. And now, thankfully, this round is just aiming down the sights and punishing the early aggression out from Egster. That allows TSM to take an early upper hand and potentially here after this timeout to regain this confidence to bring this game back on their side. Remember here, Tenrik at the desk. Roy has mentioned that a lot of their successes for TSM has been on their attack side. So being able to muster up a couple more rounds here on their attack could put them in a very comfortable position to bring this game back.
I know exactly where. More than enough time to do it. And if you can go for these punishes that allow for far less threats in your face, then you have such an easier path to get there. No more flash support for Kane. It's got to just be the judge on its own. And the spacing from Timo is good to avoid the kill. Still so much damage done by him without consequence. Ion, presence in hell is found and not cared about. Ion! It's 3 for him again! The Wonderkin sets the stage! 7 forced to op on site. Not much time to be able to work with. And now the convergent paths to finalize! Kane gives open season to Inspire as he grabs his own rifle. The lockdown fully bursting away. Alvin Boy has to come up short. For one, he is good. Has to track down Inspire with 15 seconds to go, and the spike completely left. So many universes in which this is so cooked. The sightline is met. Alvin Boy wins it! And TSM holds on for dear life here on Ascent.
And you can't forget Alvin Boy in these scenarios, even if you have the most confidence in Kane Zero on how you're retaking these sites, how much damage you're doing. You have to be sure that you're landing your shot when you have him pinned inside wine. For you to overextend into that shot, bring that overconfidence and underrating what Alvin Boy could bring, that's the result potentially that you could get. Look at him picking up the spike, getting the kill with 20 HP remaining. Yeah, even Inspire can believe it. He felt like he had it. He had time on his side. He could have forced the plant from Alvin Boy and just win it through time as well. But unfortunately, it's Alvin Boy that gets the reaction shot and keeps TSM in the game.
They just keep fighting, and TSM continues to fight back from down. And yet, Envy continues extending, continues climbing, creeping. Vora at least holds down that opening frag, but Eggster begging to find the next one. A free rifle right in front of him. That's a trade up he'd love, but no proper opening. And Ion, held up in wine, would potentially give himself away, letting this smoke fly, depending on how far up GMD has lurked. Still, though, TSM looking for some extra neutrality in this 4v4.
They still have to up the tempo, though, for TSM. They've been really close down to the wire that previous round. If they do that again, it's checkmated by Poppin's ult. So already you're trying to push Inspire away from this B main line. Don't have a drone to work with. Nexter somehow gets value here on this catwalk. That's gonna force the rush into B, and yeah, Vora solo now.
It's so easy for them, dude. They just waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and they got walked into. I mean, Timo just handing himself over that round to Eggster, just hanging in tree. Nothing in his pocket, nothing in his hand, nothing that he's waiting on, except for a player to walk in. And it's all to sell into just a dry contact onto Inspire, who has no reason not to be close up too. Envy is playing so unabashedly as themselves, and TSM have to meet it with more.
It looks too that they had a read to try to take control of towards that from B side by reconning just close range. They understand the forward positions out here from the defensive side of Inspire, but unfortunately, the timing is always better, as you can just see right now from Kane Zero.
Does take a decent chunk of health, but he doesn't care. He goes out for round 2 and comes up with Tim. The confidence, the moments that Envy can find it, especially against pistols like this, where you just feel nigh on invincible. Envy has the streak started, has the momentum they need on this defensive half. They just gotta keep picking it up. Just gotta keep punishing TSM when they try to meet the threat.
Nice shot too. You saw that duel happening through that cage, just trying to protect that rifle left behind. And Alvin Boy still is able to get it with the Sheriff. That opens up the B site potentially here for the TSM 3 versus 1. On B.
Alvin, 30 seconds left. Risky step out with that lone rifle, but he doesn't take any damage for it. TP into the boathouse, so you have the double stack. That's got to be red, though. Yeah, GMD ready for the swing, and they know one more is here. Eggster still blinds off of himself and is good for the 1. But TSM able to recoup this into a 1v2. Inspire with the attempted save. GMD already given out with the boathouse angle. Drone allows Vora to reposition, and this drop smoke from GMD has probably fully boxed Inspire out. Still, though, you know he's going to go for it, right? Surely.
Not the best of money, but they do have the confidence in the rounds. He wants redemption for that 1v1 he lost previously against Alvin Boy.
I check everything else, but Inspire, he knows for a fact both of these guys are in the boathouse. No more util to hold it down, just that smoke in, and Vora's just got it watched. So a thrifty by TSM keeps them more than stable in this game, in fact. 3 to 5 gap now, and they're looking electric.
I love the little tech, though, from Inspire. As he walks forward, he drops the turret on the ground so he can drop on his turret and onto the floor to do a silent drop and hopefully catch one off guard. But unfortunately, again, in this eco that you just had from TSM, look at those sheriff shots just ringing everywhere. Great position, great fights, and even the Owl drone on a 2 versus 1 finally allows Vora to backspace into the back B site to pick up a rifle so they could double up and play against Inspire on that silent drop. So it all turned out pretty good into how they were just able to win these fights and get these openers for TSM to salvage that round. And this is a little bit of a grace that you want here for the side of TSM. You know, Stunner right now in the conversation is just talking to bring the morale back up here for the team, because so far the game plan has been really good for Envy. You just mentioned it, Tarek. Even if Inspire is playing forward on the turret or whatnot, and they're still trying to rush him down, he's still getting all these kills. Kane is having so much impact as this Waylay. So you just have to make sure right now that you calm the spirits and you make sure that they lock back in and that they could just have some cleaner rounds, especially against these egos of TSM.
Yeah, no identity crisis to be found on the side of Envy. And if anything, that makes the fact that TSM is looking this decent against them all the better. They are playing each other at their best. And TSM will try to keep that streak going, along with starting their own here on Ascent attack, which, as you said, is a half that they have needed to rest on quite a bit in the past. 3 ultimates on the board here. Poppin able to meet with the Hunter's Fury. He's been using them a lot earlier this match just to try to get early ticks, and he's come up with a hell of a lot of kills once he finds the stack. Does he do it again here?
Changes a bit as well on how TSM's approaching their attack side. Going with an instant smoke in the front of the B site so that the players could really scale up and take control here of that B main. Interesting look, as usually that's a defensive side smoke that you kind of want to throw here on your end. But it really, once again, puts TSM into some sort of a stalemate. When these rounds are very, very quiet, TSM haven't really had scenarios where they're able to move up and break util and force these rotates. You are now grouping up to go into a pop. But the 3 players are pretty much ready here towards B. It's going to be off this turret from Inspire, who's going to pop off these nanostorms to stall. And Poppin needs to find a good position. I don't think he's in the best spots to be able to leverage the Hunter's Fury. So he'll have to use his gun.
Yeah, it'll have to be the gunplay. No wall boost either that Inspire was looking to meet on the approach. It's all through all through B main. But Inspire has to back to the boathouse and finds 3! What a last flick! And he'll find the final one as well. A reactivation round for the ages for Inspire.
And that was beautiful. Didn't even notice that they had the convergence path available for Kane Zero on top of that. So despite the owl drone coming out and him being fully exposed, being popping, it still allowed Kane Zero to get good value. Yeah, and get that with the convergence path. And for Inspire to be in range where he's not going to get affected by the convergence path, so he can just swing out for these fights. He didn't necessarily have to go for the first fight against the Sage being 7 here, but he still won that, and the rest was just easy for him.
He's so willing to take on whatever is in front of Envy as a whole. Kane being the first to make those words. More often than not, he will get punished this time. TSM are at least getting a little more consistent at being able to shut that down, and it doesn't mean that Kane Zera is playing worse. It just means that he's getting caught a little more often. He's still serving his purpose as the guy to get inside the pool. But TSM pack up and show out. They'll grab their 2nd kill of the round and make sure that they have a decent amount of space to kind of work with from here.
Doing an instant drone now into the B main side, trying to throw this hit onto B. But their walk contact into the A side with the turrets there. This could all be stalled by Inspire with the lockdown, while you still have the TP from Exter to already come up and meet up and save and support his teammate.
Bomb grenade out.
Once again, how much does Inspire do on his own? Just walks down the Jenny. Solo dolos it for the time being, and then the Heaven Presence is known. The slow orb a little perfect, though, from 7. And the rest of the audience is more than open. Can't duck back. A second of indecision for Envy leads to TSM just blowing smoke.
Yeah, they were just looking to find the timings one more time for Envy before actually committing into the lockdown. It was a nice attempt because nanostorms weren't both popped at the same time. You're pushing them towards generator. Then you save that second nanostorm to just push those players at Jenny into a different spot so that you can flit towards the top. But that slow orb from 7 was perfect here, not allowing the double flit to happen from the top. So Inspire was kind of left on an island after the first kill, gets traded out, and the 3 players could fight back for TSM. Now, a change of pace, though. A full aggression for TSM on the A side hit. Both players, though, that could do some damage are inside that site for Ion and Kane.
They've already been able to fully clear this out, and the read onto where GMD is TP'd. All the meanwhile, Ion is holding court on site and does it all by himself, despite the fact that Envy's all here. It is another complete smackdown on site the other way. I mean, the double positioning for that takeover was perfectly managed. The Hunter's Fury for the corner that GMD went to, and then the almost instant turn to the Jenny corner that Timotino tried to breach.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the pathing when you're trying to do these hits, right? What's the most basic pathing you're gonna have with the Jet? Cloud Burst, dash into it, try to fight around the dice, especially when you're throwing a sight smoke from Omen. You're trying to dance around the right side of the boxes. I'm pretty sure there was a saturate being thrown at that spot at the same time around the Hunter's Fury. So those players on the back of the site couldn't do anything. And if the saturate wasn't in the back of the site, it was probably towards the front to even isolate the other players pushing forward. Didn't really necessarily was able to see it at that side. We'll have to check the replay after that, but that was just a good stall coming in from both players on that side. Again, Ion and Kane. Making it doable now for Envy to close out this series with such a strong hold. But TSM, if they can muster up this last round right here, they would still have a pretty decent look going into the second half.
Yeah, playing for 7-5 is definitely not something that TSM is going to complain about. Not something they really can complain about. You're running out of options here. And Envy have so many ways to reapproach this round, especially with that lockdown that Inspire's KJ pick. May start begging a lot more questions of when we swap sides, it should be said. But the preventative util that was used in, that saturate from Kane is such a great extra step stool to get Envy there quicker. It's just such great stall tools the whole way through.
Yeah, he's just good at shooting with the rifle as well for Ion. He's been not really talked about throughout this series or even the whole tournament. But Ion has definitely been on the eyes of a lot of players. The one having to replace Knights, if I'm not mistaken, that went over to Sentinel's Academy team, Hubert's Academy. And he's been put up numbers too.
Whoa!
Oh my God.
Timo! Take us out to dinner first, bro! That lockdown is no more! TSM takes over, Timo! That is a gorgeous blade storm! Holy!
I thought we had time to talk.
Never. Well, that's out of the half. You certainly do go for it now. 2v5 on the reapproach. 7 has the res, and Poppin trying to play with this barrier orb. Yeah, let's just have a jungle gym round after something like that. Whoo, mama. All right, well, TSM still here to play. That's for bloody sure. Ion can at least shut that jet down, but it will be 7-5 that we play from, Vans. That is a guarantee.
Sure. A plat chat guarantee?
Don't talk to me, man. Don't talk.
It's still Ion that's alive, but no, I agree with you. There's still the Hunter's Fury that's available. We're running out. We finally have the information. Ion's playing for stats at this point, and definitely will have the 7-5 scoreline right here for TSM coming back into the half. It looks so dominant once again for Envy, and it looked like they were going to run away with this game. But TSM found something since these timeouts, and Timo Tino's entry right off the bat was beautiful. The most standard jet dash over with the Blade Storm catches so many players off guard, and TSM stays alive in this fight. Now let's throw it over back to the floor where Melau is standing by with MIBR's GC players, Bastarda and Mel.
É isso, estou aqui com a Mel e com a Bastarda do MBR. I'm with Mel and Bastarda from MIBR Game Changers. Amigas, estão se divertindo? Eu tô me divertindo muito com essa Envy aí, os caras são muito malucos, tá dando pra se inspirar alguma coisa?
Ah, se inspirar e não entregar round, né? Que a gente tá entregando muito, mas vamos corrigir aí pra essa final, pra esse Game Changers, vamos ganhar.
Ask her if they are inspired by those scenes, by Envy, by the aggressiveness, and she's telling about being inspired about throwing rounds, that they can throw rounds. E, Bastarda, semana que vem, faltam 6 dias pelas minhas contas pro LCQ. Como que tá a preparação, como é que tá a confiança?
Ah, eu tô muito confiante, meu time é muito bom e eu não tenho dúvida que a gente vai ganhar.
So next week we're gonna host the LCQ for our Game Changers, and MIBR is looking for a spot and ask her how is the preparations, the expectations. She said she's really confident that gonna win. E espero mesmo que vocês ganhem. Por favor, semana que vem é nós aqui, certo? Vocês ali e levantando lá. Fechou? Fechou?
Fechado.
Fechado?
Fechado.
Então é isso, bora pro game aí pro segunda metade. Vamos ver se acaba agora.
Love seeing Bastarda and Mel scoping out the Sao Paulo arena, which is staying busy post-Ascension, the GC, LCQ between LATAM, Brazil, and North America's second best Game Changers teams gonna be here in just a couple days. So many champions left to crown, Vans, but this one goes miles. This one historic for either organization that has been in this space for so bloody long.
Yeah. And MIBR playing the LCQ next week. Good luck to Wadada and Akave Esports because they had a brawl against Team Liquid in the BO5. One of them went into like so many OTs. And you know that they have one of the strongest rosters in MIBR and Liquid going into GCC. So make sure you check that out, chat. But focusing back on this one here, who's going to ascend between Envy and TSM? Envy 1/2 away of making it through, and TSM on a pistol on defense now are looking to crunch back into middle, to fight back into middle, and to hopefully push us into Haven.
Every step Envy must take, seismic as their plays. Big mid creep to go for the B crunch. TSM letting them have it. The big stack was from the tree catwalk to go for the massive clear in the post plant. And as the wire is burned, there's a little bit of damage done by Alvin Boy with the backstab that won't be met, so TSM have a little bit of an advantage with the damage pool.
Yeah, and keeping Extra alive with 18 HP is still dangerous, as they have to play the Flood retake. They're going to play into the unknown, retaking towards the B site. The question marks on B main, question mark on Wine. They need this recon to come back up here for the retake for Vora, and they have it with the Slorbs to retake.
Cainzera's looking for a way to stick this fork in with his light speed. That's the one fulcrum point of util that this team has. Otherwise, it's just blindly firing. And the smokes that are set up early on here do give Envy a lot of room and time to work with. This Kane continues to blue ball TSM circling from the backside, and he'll kill the one who tries to approach it. They've got to make their way on, and they just don't have the time or players to do it. Voro, the only one standing against the crowd, and he barely makes any headway. Envy will continue thwarting on the pistol, and it's now 5 rounds away from an Ascension title.
And that's the issue that you have for TSM trying to flood back into site with no util. A recon and Slorbs, there's no flash to get value off a recon flash for TSM to get any idea of where their opponents are playing from. And again, because of the question marks we created unintentionally for the side of TSM with no B-side control at the beginning, well, you have to re-clear it. So GMD goes for the big flank. There are only 4 players trying to retake that site. You snuck through towards that spawn for Cainzera, and you kept 2 players at bay. If anything, time was of the essence that it could probably win with.
Making rounds a guarantee. That's what Envy would like to do here. And Kane, not even the biggest threat with this judge, though he's going to make it seem that way before he has to inevitably recall back. He'll still find Voro before having to press it. And this is the kind of domination Envy want to escape this with, the kind of image they want to plaster over Americas. Still so much room to go. TSM will relent here and clock in for the long haul, starting with their rifle round.
And you're seeing from the last 2 rounds, Envy staying as a group and just mowing down any lane that they're taking here on this map of Ascent. The thing is right now is, if you know how TSM would like to play, they could also strive under the aggression being met up with by Envy. So they could definitely go the same 3 type of players to fight back into the front lines, and they're looking to do that right now this round. 2 players moving forward with the rifles, 1 trying to get into the Wine, that's Timotino, but the drone just spotted him. 97.
Already recalled, already crunched. Paranoia won't catch him, but the flash will, and Envy is fully in. Now, they've met them in Wine, though, and Timo comes away with 3, swinging out, still kicking it on the cloud burst. He gets a reset, but Ion and Poppin can stop that. Turn it back into a 2v2 entering the site, and that is massive for Envy already. Holding on to these rifles and grabbing some of their own. They potentially flip this round here and now. Could completely shatter this match. Early entry from Alvin Boy, pops out from the smoke, sprays through the Jenny, does a hell of a lot of damage to Poppin, and Alvin Boy finishes it. Now the swing from on high, Ion turns into a 1v1 and finalizes! Nothing to lose, everything to gain!
Iron once again, another clutch coming through, a 4K in the round. It is now shattering the dreams of TSM, trying to ascend to partnership next year in the VCTs, despite the valiant effort of Timotino, despite the triple push to fight forward, and even to win that at the very beginning against Envy, it's still Ion showing up switch your name out from Iron 2X to the Iron 4K.
Potentially the one variable we were still questioning at this point of if he is fully here, fully activated. And he has saved this team a multitude of times. Now escorting the entryway onto the A site. Pop in the opener. Kane Zera. The bobby pin against this eco that TSM will swarm back to A site with.
This is insane how we got into the site now for Envy. I mean, this is still a half buyout for TSM, trying to keep money afloat so they can afford the operator out of Team Matino as soon as possible. But man, was that entry aggressive for Envy.
Oh,
we continue to jump through to get that kill.
Jumping into his own smoke. Ion is here to have fun at this point. And Envy continue to lay waste. Nothing doing on that entry. And TSM might have just one more proper chance with a full kit to be able to save themselves from yet again disappointment at Ascension.
And they are staying calm. Inspire is just reeling everybody in with his experience, with the leadership, with what he brought from previous FPSs that he played into Valorant right now. A veteran in the FPS scene. Making sure that he can lead the youngsters right now with Envy into this victory, eyeing this trophy and eyeing the stage in Los Angeles next year. This calls out the timeout for TSM, the last one that they have in this potential series, but definitely of the map, unless they can bring it back. And with the squint from these eyes, I'm not too sure if I'm confident in TSM's hope to fight this back.
What kind of words does NBS spin to get the morale and stratagems of TSM to code to both make up this gap, surpass it, and then last for the long haul in map 5? It looks so insurmountable now, but TSM and Envy have been so clean post timeouts at the very least. A breath may be what gets them by, what gets them ahead, and they will take a deep one as they assess their surroundings and prepare for another Envy push.
The crazy thing too is when Roy was mentioning a lot of the rounds were in successes for TSM on the attack side though. Defense, you're still playing double Senti. They could still be a composition that could stall well, especially with the Sage on these aggressive hits coming through from Envy, who continuously go for these 4-1 pops, these 5-0 pops. A TP towards the back spawn. They've sandwiched TSM this round.
Yeah, Ion can't be as easily punished this time. The Hunter's Fury from Pop inside as well, and it's a total flood onto the A site. How do you even expect to match something to that? Timo and Seven at least get their frags, and Seven still kicking with the help of this door frame. But he is so crunched and so dead. Envy already rise up to the occasion. Ion once again frontlining and once again dominating. Another 4K for the Wonderkind. And it's 7 rounds of match point for Envy.
The TP once again is the backstab. Not once again, but at least Ion once again is the backstab of TSM. But the hit in itself, look at that. The Hunter's Fury with the saturate. You can't even play dice. You can't even support your teammate from the back. It's because of that TP. What was drawn out from a timeout for TSM was taken advantage of by Stunner to call out this beautiful play for Envy to dismantle the defense, to dismantle the economy one more time. TSM has to play with Blade Storms now, and Envy goes for the plow into the B site.
Trying to stick that dagger early. Vora trying to play Universal with that Hunter's Fury, and he'll do some chip, but not the kill. Inspire gets that first frag on her, and will now split the board again for TSM as the drone does the same on site. Alvin and Seven are packed, watched, littered, not killed yet. Envy reset, and that's allowed time for Vora to get back to the market. Kane on the mid pick. A big fight here that Vora wins. And now they can reallocate to the front lines. But Extra still made his way around the site, and Ion still good on this front line. He can distract, he can smoke, he can let this second stepper come forward from Exter and go for the full-blown crunch in the 3v2. Are you feeling inspired? Alvin's watching, Alvin's not waiting. A 3v1, Vora against the world, the first of what would be many times, and he can't even hold a candle. It's done. Retire. Enter the game for the very first time It doesn't matter where they go. It doesn't matter how they do it. Envy do it because they can. They're your Ascension Americas champions.
A great series being fought by Envy. You can see how much it means it for somebody like Inspire, who's been grinding this game since its entry, who felt like he was shafted when he joined into 100 Thieves for maybe like, what, 2 games, and then had to potentially just play stream, and realizes now through his ranked games the potential of so many of these youngsters that he played with in the ranked teams, decided to make a team with so many of them, and now rises to the occasion right here. Signed by Envy as the rankers, coming in through the open qualifiers of Stage 3 split of 2024. And now they ascend to partnership. Tenrake, you can see how much this means as well for GMD. The friendship between Inspire and him. And GMD also is another one of those players that has...
We've seen it before at Champions in Paris and here in Sao Paulo. North American confidence breeds champions, and another one stands atop the world today. Envy are your newest and final VCT 2026 team.
This also means so much to Hastro, who has regained the brand of Envy in the last couple of months. And to see that his team has ascended, to see that his other divisions are also thriving, means a lot to him as an owner. But look at how much it means to these players. Look at Eggster, just the nice. They've been having fun throughout this whole tournament. Even coming in as the rankers in that last split of last year. I don't even think that they themselves thought that it would get to this moment, that they just wanted to band up and play and see where it brings us. And look at where it brought them, to the Trophy of Ascension in the arena of Brazil.
They never did stop being themselves, did they? Eggster never left that Yoru. Inspire kept on bringing back echoes of Baby J. Kane and Ion continuing to grow second by second through this tournament and poppin'. What an image change from being just a lone streamer that led the charge for North American hype to becoming one of the most respected IGLs in the world. Let's get a good talk with them. Melau's on the floor.
Alô, agora sim, agora sim. Popping! Is it heavy?
Oh my god, it's heavy.
Yeah, can I try? Can I try?
Yes, sir.
É pesado, é muito pesado. So, what's the move that's going in your mind right now?
I mean, right now, I'm just thinking where we came from. We are all ranked players. We came from ranked, playing the game every single day, grinding, passion, and now we are here at Ascension and we won. And I mean, it feels amazing. The team that I built, going to Tier 1 next year, we're gonna lose Kane and Ion, sadly, but I mean, it's an amazing journey that we've been through.
Em resumo, ele disse que ele tá muito feliz de estar com esses caras aqui, o time que veio da Ranked, que eles jogam todo dia e que é uma grande satisfação.
Quero saber dele o quão difícil foi, cara, fazer esse estilo de jogo realmente funcionar no altíssimo nível até serem os campeões. So, Center, how difficult was it to make this very aggressive style, like play style, to work at the highest level possible in order to get the win?
I think it was pretty easy. I have a talented group of guys here, and they all put in an insane amount of work, so everything is easy for us.
Falou, cara, sempre muito confiante, foi de boa, foi suave, porque o grupo de jogadores é extremamente talentoso e disse que foi bem tranquilo manter esse estilo meio louco, agressivo do jogo da Envy.
Ion, tá aqui com o Will que tem 16 anos. I can't believe you're only 16. You have a long way to be able to play in Americas, but you have a ton of baggage right now, so what's it like to be champions at 16?
It's great, you know. Like at the start of the year, I just came into the team. I was like the only one who like no one knew, and like I feel like my team has been like so helpful and like helping me improve as a player throughout the year. And like now, like on the final like map of the entire tournament of the entire year, I like am able to perform at like that level. It like makes me like feel like all my hard work like finally like paid off.
Bom, ele disse que ele tá muito feliz, ele foi um jogador que ninguém conhecia no começo, que os companheiros dele acreditaram nele, ensinaram muita coisa pra ele, então tá aqui também levantando esse troféu, é muito gratificante.
So, Spire, que com Spire agora, some people said that you were like kind of this mono cipher, so to speak, but you proved them wrong because you're the champion. So, how's the cipher going to be in VCT Americas?
Oh, Cypher's dead. I think we all know that next patch. But I'm not going anywhere. I've always been the best unknown in North America, and took 2 years to prove it, but you guys can't doubt me now, and I'm ready to play next year.
Bom, eu perguntei como é que vai ser esse Cypherzão, porque tem uma rapaziada falando que ele é meio mono-Cypher, ele falou, pô, se pau, o Cypher morreu, a rapaziada sabe disso. As mudanças foram muito fortes, mas que demorou 3 anos pra ele estar aqui onde ele tá e que ele vai continuar no VCT e que vai continuar sendo um grande jogador e, obviamente, dando muito orgulho pra rapaziada que torce por ele.
Canizerra, you crazy, right? You kinda crazy. You kinda crazy. Ele é maluco, eu tô encantado com o jeito que ele joga. Eu quero saber se ele tá confiante se esse jogo vai funcionar e a gente jogar, vai funcionar no América. So, you're crazy, I love the way you play, I love the way, how aggressive you are. But I wanna know, are you confident that this style gonna work on Americas?
I'm pretty confident it's going to work out. I think if I'm feeling it, I do it all the time in ranked. I go against like tier 1 players in ranked, it works all the time. We scrim tier 1 teams, it works all the time. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work.
Ele diz que vai sim porque ele joga ranked com os caras do tier 1 dá certo, ele treina com os caras do tier 1 dá certo, então ele não vê motivo pra não dar certo.
E cara, agora com o Thor da Envy. Olha lá, let's go, Thor! O Exter, também a rapaziada falou, pô, make mono Yoru e o caramba, mas também provou que é um estilo de jogo muito forte. Quero, please. E o que eu quero saber dele, cara, é o seguinte, não só nessa questão de Yoru e tudo mais, mas principalmente como que foi convencer essa rapaziada que tá aqui, porque no começo a gente viu que não tava muito a fim de apoiar a Envy, depois a galera começou a puxar Envy e tudo mais. So, in the beginning of the championship, I think most people from Brazil were not supporting you guys. But then, like today, I saw the crowd like supporting you, cheering for you, calling, yelling like Envy over and over and over again. So, how do you think you convinced them, and how was it for you? How was this feeling for you?
I feel like we owed it to the Brazilian teams that we beat in this tournament to win the whole thing. We owed it to the Brazilian crowd. You know what I'm saying? I was very confident.
Bom, ele disse basicamente que era meio que um dever deles ganhar, porque acabaram tirando times brasileiros, acabaram, claro, deixando a galera um pouquinho brava, mas que sentiam que por conta disso era meio que um dever vencer. Agradeceu, claro, o suporte de todo mundo. O Thor da Envy. O maluco é grande
galera,
mesmo.
faz mais barulho pra Envy, lift the trophy once again. Parabéns a Envy, mais um time do América, XR Spaca. Deu uns doidos, mano.
Doubters fully proven wrong. Envy fans fully vindicated. Their style, their personality brushes through all that was in their way. And as Exter said, it was a love letter to the game as it was played across the year to right here in Sao Paulo. Vans, they freaking did it, man. Like so many times, we said they could, we said they might, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the history and how it ran for the rankers to Envy, they had such a strong start. And then also you're starting to see teams being able to beat them, TSM being one of them too. And to be able to make it this far for TSM to play against Envy, it probably could have been a map 5 and it could have been something that could have been a different story, but at least Envy was able to stand strong, fight versus the adversity, and now able to move forward to Ascension and to partnership rather with that. So it's a great run that they had, and they should all stand proud, definitely with all the years that they put in the last 2 years as a team to make it here now.
Yeah, a great showing, a great performance from the team that we wanted to see show absolutely everything. That was the ceiling that you expected. That is the Envy that you will see going into VCT Americas 2026. Definitely a couple different players. Ion is still going to be terrorizing this level of Valorant next year for the entirety. So continue living in fear of Envy from now until, if Astro has his way, the end of time. It is a long ride back to Los Angeles, but the future of Valorant is heading there, as will we. Sierra, Roy, Dan, take us home.
It has been a year in the making for Envy. soon as they hit the stage 3 last year, it was a group of individuals relatively unknown, this ranked demons that terrorized the leaderboards, and a lot of expectations heading into this year. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. They have learned to adapt to be more structured. They got the coach, they've put in the work, and in the end, they'll make their way to VCT Americas. This isn't the end. This is just the beginning of the new chapter in their story, but Dan, it has been a crazy one through and through.
What an incredible victory for the side of Envy, with all the ups and downs that they had to deal with the entire year, from being that favorite team going into stage 1 into playoffs, to losing that first playoffs, talking about how they needed a little bit more experience, how they were trying to deal with the feelings of being nervous, of facing a grand final, facing a best of 5, and ever since then, you saw them making it further and further until they are here, not only winning Ascension, but at the team that we're going to be seeing next year in VCT Americas. It is so admirable to see the evolution that they've had in their own unique way. How hard is that to make it happen? Yes, they're going to play their aggressive style, they're going to play their double duelist, and nobody's gonna shut them down. Nobody and nothing, no meta is gonna stop them from playing what they want to play, because they're going to continue doing this.
And I think that's really the Envy magic, isn't it? Right? The not conforming to a meta, kind of sticking to your own identity, playing things that people consider suboptimal, playing agents that people considered suboptimal, and still looking like the best team throughout the entire year is just madness. It deserves so much respect. I respect them. I'm sure everyone else does. To see them play this level, to see them do what they have done time and time again, and even when they've struggled, even when things have looked grim, they stick to their guns, they stick to their identity, and out the other side of the cave, they come out renewed.
And for the side of TSM as well, unfortunately, they're not able to win and not able to ascend. But what an incredible journey as well that this team had, from the beginning, to the roster changes, to the rookies, to the experienced players as well that we highlighted throughout this event. These are players that are deserving of a chance in VCT Americas next year, and players that really gave it their all in a match that you knew your enemy so well. The enemy knew you as well. It was a back and forth between the two, but it's definitely the best of the best that we have, not only in North America, but in all of the tier 2 and challengers. So I'm still super proud of what TSM was able to do. And obviously for Envy, I can't wait to see them next year.
Whether you're a fan of Envy, TSM, any of the other teams that fought their heart out to be here, or at any point throughout the year, I hope that everyone has learned that the talent here in tier 2 is bright. Next stars for VCT Americas are waiting in the wings, and it's so exciting to be able to watch their journeys throughout this year and continuing on forward. Thank you all so much for tuning in, supporting the future of Valorant, and we'll see you real soon. Good night, everyone.
The Ray combo catching out Gainzera's next kill. Temo in the 1v2, and Poppin's got his number. Almost the kill on his own. But down to 50 HP apiece. And Inspire still full, loaded, set up. Temo so much to breach, but he found Poppin. Inspire though, the lurk. What does he do? What does he do best? Ion and Poppin spray into the fray. Alvin Boy back from the back hole. Could be the linchpin to restabilize the TSM. Vora finds the bullet tracing on Ion, spray through the smoke. And it's a 2v1 that Inspire has to save post ultimate. But he finds Vora dancing through the smoke. Alvin Boy's held despite the half. The ulti on top. Inspire back by Alvin Boy.
The retake, but that's while you play. Just push through as soon as you hear the yo-roll. Push through the smoke, get the pick, and it's only Timoteo left.
How did they meet that crowd so well? Inspire just jumping right in front. And now Timo has to use everything just to get on the site and figure out the lineups. But as the smoke fades, the crowd second stepper come forward from Exter and go for the full-blown crunch in the 3v2. Are you feeling inspired? Alvin's watching. Alvin's not waiting.